What's up, everybody? It's FYGP, and today we've got a video about how Donald Trump is also controlled opposition. But first, let's cue the intro. Oh, where is it? It's got to be on the home.
Let's get to work now.
Up and at 'em, the eve of destruction, we dug in the substratum and sowed the seeds of our sweet sacrilege, madam. A worm's wisdom in this fine establishment, basking in refracted light, baffled by the fickle facts of life. From the jackals in our minds to the systematic strife, there's sleight of hand magician to assist the sacrifice. Divide and conquer, find a spine and stick a jagged knife. Ask them nicely, why the iron juggernaut's fist? Why the struggle for control? The subtle plot twists, the wolves in the woods, the blood for profit, the same fluid that they used to water southern crops with. Gridlocked, chip off the old block, try to shed some light on controlled thought and tripped off the soapbox. Kick rocks down a desolate road while Old Scratch sold them dreams at the medicine show. Let's go.
Daybreak.
See the sunrise in the sky.
Soil is crusted over with rain and with the memory of dawn.
Daybreak.
We have translated each other into light.
Take the sleep out of my eyes.
Planets roll out of your eyes and splash down.
Yeah, let's get right into this. Donald Trump basically betraying the whole MAGA base and everything. We can take a look at a couple of brilliant videos that actually describe what is happening. And let's first start off with Yemen, and for that I will bring on a video by Max Blumenthal and Judge Napolitano.
By drawing daily sketches.
Excuse me, there's commercials on YouTube, and I cannot skip them. Oh, this is 2 minutes. It's insane. Yeah, here we go. So this is gonna bring us up to speed what's going on in Yemen, how the Donald Trump administration is now bombing Yemen, committing war crimes there, killing a lot of civilians, and how apparently, allegedly, their group chat got leaked and so on. Let's take a look without any further ado.
Thank you very much. What I thought would be a conversation about people from escaping from Venezuela and then being returned back against their will because the government without evidence says they're gang members, and what I thought would be a conversation about what is to be gained by bombing the Houthis now, of course, begins with a conversation about Jeffrey Goldberg and the Atlantic and how his name got in a list of senior American national security officials. I do want to ask you about Venezuela, and I do want to ask you about the Houthis. But to get to this very hot topic now, and Mr. Goldberg, whom I don't know, and you probably know or know of, being included in a text thread about targeting individuals and the use of various American equipment with which to do it in the Houthis is fascinating and very, very serious. What's your take on this? How did Goldberg get into that mix?
Well, by Jeffrey Goldberg's own admission, he received a signal message from Mike Waltz, the National Security Council director, 2 days before he was apparently mistakenly brought into the 19-member bomb Yemen signal chat of Trump national security principals and top Trump advisors. Why was Mike Waltz reaching out to Jeffrey Goldberg? Let's look at Jeffrey Goldberg's history. This is someone who, as a young man, was a follower of Meir Kahane and made aliyah to Israel and became a prison guard at the Ketziot concentration camp, guarding Palestinians during the first Intifada. Wrote a book about it, sort of reformed himself, but remained a key bigwig within the Zionist world and became one of the Beltway media's top access journalists partially as a result of that. And so Jeffrey Goldberg, during the run up to the Iraq War, was used by Dick Cheney to draw a link between Al Qaeda and Saddam Hussein. In the New Yorker, Dick Cheney cited Jeffrey Goldberg's reporting twice in Meet the Press appearances. Under Obama, Benjamin Netanyahu used Jeffrey Goldberg to try to push the Obama administration into attacking Iraq. Goldberg was pushing out all these stories that an Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear sites at Natanz was imminent unless the U.S. would step up and do something. And now there's momentum again for an attack on Iran, and suddenly the NSC chief reaches out to Jeffrey Goldberg because obviously he was looking to move the neocon message on behalf of the neocon elements in the Trump administration. And it looks like Goldberg was in Mike Waltz's phone and he brought him into this group. To me, it has to be a mistake. Otherwise, it's suicidal because Jeffrey Goldberg, while being pro-war, while representing a neoconservative element, is also editor-in-chief of one of the most anti-Trump magazines in the country, in The Atlantic. So why would you bring him in to this smoke-filled chat room?
Exactly. And we can take a look at the signal chat. So here's the full transcript. So they're basically talking about the mission. An F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. So they're talking about the strike. Godspeed to our warriors. So here's Vance. So Walter's saying, what? Typing too fast. The first target, their top missile guy, we had positive ID on him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed. Excellent. Says Vance. Good start. US. Good job, Pete, and your team. So they're basically congratulating on killing people. CENTCOM was on point. Great job, all. More strikes ongoing for hours tonight. And we will provide full initial report tomorrow, but on time, on target, and good redoubts so far. Kudos to all most particular and CENTCOM, really great. Good, God bless. So Vance actually says that Wall says we should have a statement of conclusions and taskings per the president's guidance this morning in your high side inboxes. State and DoD, we develop suggested notification lists for regional allies and partners. Joint staff is sending this AM and more specific sequence of events in the coming days, and we will work with DoD to ensure COS, OVP, and POTUS are briefed. So Vance says, team, I think I'm out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we're making a mistake. 3% of the US trade runs through the Suez, 40% of the European trade does. There is a real risk that the public doesn't understand this and why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, is to send a message. I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There's further risk that we see a moderate and severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, but there's a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. So Vance pointing out that really there's just 3% of U.S. trade that runs through the Suez Canal, while it's 40% for the European trade. So they're really protecting Europe's trade routes, and he's saying that they should hold off on the operations for a month. So Joe Kent, Gabbard's chief of staff, right, Tulsi Gabbard, there's nothing time sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask us for more to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis. But that's a minor factor. I will send you the unclassed data we pulled on banned shipping. From CIA perspective, so Radcliffe, we are mobilizing the assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us, and additional time would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthi leadership. So Hexef says, VP Vance, understand your concerns and fully support your raising with POTUS. Important considerations, most of which are uh, tough to know how they play out: economy, Ukraine, peace, Gaza, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we would need to stay focused on one, Biden failed, and two, Iran funded. So basically, Hexef is saying right here, yeah, nobody knows who they are. We can just say those two things in American media. So Biden failed, and that's why they rose, and two, that they're Iran backed, right? So that's the two talking points they're always trying to push through in the media. Waiting a few weeks or a month doesn't fundamentally change the calculus. Two, immediate risks of waiting. This leaks and we look indecisive. So even he's kind of foreshadowing what happened. Israel takes an action first, or Gaza ceasefire falls apart. We don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. We are prepared to execute. And if I had the final go, uh, or no go vote, I believe we should. So basically, advocating for invading and killing people in Yemen. This is not about the Houthis. I see two things: restoring freedom of navigation, a core national interest, and two, reestablish deterrence, which Biden, reestablish which Biden cratered, so basically destroyed. But we can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all we can do to enforce 100% OPS EC op security. So I welcome other thoughts. So it's saying that the figures, Waltz is saying that the trade figures are difficult to break down for the U.S. Specific because of how much container either goes through the Red Sea or still around the Cape of Good Hope, or components going to Europe that turns into manufactured goods for transatlantic trade in the United States. Whether we pull the plug or not, today European uh, navies do not have the capability to defend their types of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are now using. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that responds to these shipping lanes. Per the president's request, we're working with DoD and states to determine how to compile the cost associated and levy them on the Europeans. So yeah, Waltz follows up. We stand in the first PC. We have a fundamental decision of allowing the sea lanes to remain closed or reopen them now or later. We are the only ones with the capability, unfortunately. From a messaging standpoint, we absolutely add this to the uh, uh, add this two of horribles on why Europeans must invest in uh, their defense. Pete Hexef, if you think we should do it, let's go. I hate bailing Europe out again, is what Vance says. Let's make sure. Let's make sure our meeting is tight here. And if there are things we can do upfront to minimize risk of Saudi oil facilities, we shall do it too. So Hexef says, VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger. We can do this. Nobody else even close. Question of timing. I feel like now is a good time as any given POTUS directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still remains 24 hours off decision space. So this is, yeah. Let's take a look. As I heard that the president was clear green light, but soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such requirement, e.g., if Europe doesn't, um, yeah, so rem, remunerates. Then what if the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation and at great cost there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return? So Hexef is like agreed. So this is how they talk about invading countries on group chats, I guess. But it's really sus how that got leaked. I don't know what. It's a really fishy story. I mean that Goldberg got added to the group chat. So this is the full transcript of it, and let's take a look at for what Max Blumenthal had to say further on it.
So Mike Waltz literally brought him in, but he must have thought it was somebody else's phone number.
Well, if your name is showing up as a bubble that has your first two initials on Signal, it could have been the U.S. trade representative whose initials were JG. It doesn't seem like Mike Waltz or whoever's operating Mike Waltz's devices is the brightest bulb. And so there it was. I mean, what else could the explanation be? We're hearing from Trump cultists that what really happened was Trump was trying to get some kind of secret message out there, which resulted in hugely embarrassing hearings today at the Senate. So it really just doesn't stand to reason that this was intentional. It was an own goal, but they were lucky that Jeffrey Goldberg was the man in there, because what did Jeffrey Goldberg do once he discovered that this chat was real? It wasn't some kind of prank. He did the opposite of what I would have done.
Right.
What I think any adversarial
would have done would have been absolutely protected by the Pentagon Papers case. The government is stupid enough to raise the blind and let you look in. You're a journalist. You're entitled to publish it. It's of material interest to the public. Instead, absolutely. Goldberg shut it down.
Absolutely. Jeffrey Goldberg went and basically told the manager that he was in a place he wasn't supposed to be. Why would he do that? he left the chat. Any journalist, I mean, what I would have done was I would have stayed in there, gathered as much information as possible. I would have had a best-selling book. I would have had hundreds of scoops. I would have seen how the sausage is really made. This is an illegal war. And that's what the story really should be about, is the policy. But what Jeffrey Goldberg did by leaving, then telling the White House, then blowing this whole thing up, was to make it an OPSEC failure scandal, which is sort of a palace intrigue about a bunch of bumbling idiots, from the stupid party who aren't supposed to be in these posts that should be occupied by really smart guys like Jake Sullivan, screwing around with national security. The real story is a gargantuan empire waging an illegal
Exactly.
war without congressional approval on a poor besieged country because it is controlled by the only force on the planet that is actually taking up arms to stop the Gaza genocide, which Jeffrey Goldberg supports. So Jeffrey Goldberg didn't want it to go there. He steps away, makes it about OPSEC, about bumbling fools, and that fits with the whole Beltway press culture, which wants
So
us to be
why
about.
are Trump, Hegseth, even Sebastian Gorka trashing the Atlantic rather than trashing Mike Waltz?
Great question. Why isn't Mike Waltz fired?
Right?
I mean, Trump
Why
fired
isn't Mike Waltz being prosecuted? That kid, Jack Teixeira, is in jail for 20 years for revealing far less relevant, far less timely national security data than what Waltz caused to be revealed by Goldberg.
Well, even from the point of view of Donald Trump, I mean, he just made Trump look bad, very, very bad. And Trump tends to fire people when they do that or become vengeful towards them. He's fired hundreds and hundreds of Department of Veterans Affairs longtime employees. But unlike Mike Waltz, they don't have the backing of Miriam Adelson. I mean, Mike Waltz is there for a reason. He is a longtime Israel lobby plant who rose through the congressional ranks because he is an anti-Iran hardliner. And so his position for now is secure. And if I were even Pete Hegseth or any of these other not very cultivated Trump principles, I would still be very wary of dealing with Mike Waltz ever again. And what Gorka and Hegseth are doing by just attacking Jeffrey Goldberg as a leftist, fake news media journalist, non-journalist, is trying to keep the Trump base secure. Those, the Hegseth even brought up Russia, like the Russiagate hoax. And that's to make the Trump cultists believe that this is actually some kind of fake scandal that the liberal media is putting on Trump, when in reality, it's about the Trump administration being heavily penetrated and controlled by neoconservative elements like Mike Waltz, who are reaching out to Jeffrey Goldberg to sell a policy that contravenes the America First policy that Trump sold his base. So it's all just like before we see a kind of a circular firing line, they're circling the wagons to protect, number one, Donald Trump, who has sold out his base already within just a few months.
Oh, exactly. I think he hit the nail on the head right there.
I'm going to play a clip in just a moment, but before we do, one of the things that Goldberg quotes Hegseth as saying, and this is really crazy in light of what has happened, is that Hegseth says, no one knows who the Houthis are. Just say Biden failed and Iran funded them. Good Lord. If no one knows who the Houthis are, he doesn't know who he's trying to kill and why he's trying to kill them?
Well, he's basically saying the American public doesn't care and has no idea why we should be fighting these people in Yemen, because they clearly pose no threat to the American public. J.D. Vance, who's sort of on the other, Hegseth's on the Trump loyalist, Trump lackey side of the debate. He'll do whatever he thinks Trump wants. And once the policy's handed down, Hegseth's job is just to sell it to the public. He's just a Fox News hack. Mike Waltz is on Netanyahu's side. He's playing the role that like a Mike Pompeo would have played in this administration. Right. And then on the other side, you've got Joe Kent, who is operating under Tulsi Gabbard as her counterterrorism director, and J.D. Vance, who are sort of the realist, more cautious voices. And you can see both of them speak out against the policy. This is why I thought it would be so valuable if you had an actual journalist in there, unlike Jeffrey Goldberg, who would have stayed there and documented all of the debates as they panned out. But Vance says there's no American interest being advanced here. Only 3% of U.S. shipping goes through the Suez Canal. What we're basically doing is protecting European shipping. He doesn't say Israeli shipping because that's the only thing that the Houthis were planning to attack. And then Joe Kent says, why are we operating on such a tight timeline? We could wait even longer, another month, because Kent is trying to delay the war. Both of them are clearly against it, but they ultimately have to fall in line like good soldiers, although or they won't have careers. So there's a debate going on there. And what we can see through these very valuable conversations is an acknowledgement that this war on Yemen serves no national security purpose for the United States and is not protecting Americans.
It's an
absolutely right. Let's take a look at Tulsi Gabbard and how she is now exposed as a
thick mucus making it impossible to breathe. Did you know that mucus buildup and breathing difficulty
agent in this situation? Let's take a look. Jimmy Dore did wonderful coverage of it all, actually. I think it's got to be somewhere here. We'll just look it up. So this is how Tulsi Gabbard talked before about the Yemen bombing, and this is how she talks now.
Come see us on tour in Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Levittown, New York, Cohost, New York, Providence, Rhode Island, Los Angeles, Bakersfield, San Jose, Toledo, Ohio, and Toronto, Ontario. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. As we've just talked about, Trump is bombing the hell out of Yemen. Joe Biden dropped 1,000 bombs on Yemen. It all started with Barack Obama. And Donald Trump said he shouldn't be bombing Yemen. We could end this with a phone call. Well, he's not. He's bombing the hell out of them again. And here's Tulsi Gabbard. You want to see her do a complete flip-flop 180? So this is why we loved Tulsi, because she would say the truth like this.
There are millions of Yemeni people who are on the brink of death from famine, disease, lack of access to food and water, basic medicine and healthcare. Thousands of Yemeni civilians have died in this genocidal war being waged by Saudi Arabia with support from the United States.
It's absolutely outrageous that the United States has continued its support for years now for Saudi Arabia's genocidal war in Yemen.
It's outrageous, she said.
That has killed thousands and thousands of innocent Yemeni people and caused mass starvation and suffering, a cholera epidemic, the worst humanitarian crisis in the world in Yemen.
The worst humanitarian crisis in the world in Yemen. The United States was backing it, funding it, providing the bombs and the air and the weapons and the intelligence for it. Just like we're doing for the next biggest humanitarian crisis in the world, which is the Gaza genocide. Isn't it amazing? Here we get that, but back then she called it out, and that's why we loved her.
Congress finally passed legislation to end U.S. support for Saudi Arabia's genocidal war in Yemen. Now this bill is sitting on President Trump's desk, awaiting his signature or veto. Now, he's already threatened to veto this bill, which just reveals how he cares more about what Saudi Arabia wants than what the American people want. You saw Trump's rhetoric on the campaign trail about Saudi Arabia, against United States support for Saudi Arabia, and now refusing to end U.S. military support for this genocidal war in Yemen, that Saudi worst humanitarian crisis of our generation, because he says, well, he doesn't want to risk a multi-billion-dollar arms deal with Saudi Arabia. So, you can see, at least in that respect, what he's really motivated by. He would rather continue to support the senseless and devastating deaths of innocent people in Yemen and using our U.S. military, my brothers and sisters in the military, to do that, because he doesn't want to risk an arms deal with Saudi Arabia, a theocratic dictatorship that actually directly supports terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda.
So that was the good. What is there more to this? So that was the good Tulsi. That was the Tulsi that it was easy to get behind and support and defend when she was slandered. That was the good Tulsi. And that was when Trump was supporting bombing Yemen because of Saudi Arabia. Now he's doing it on the behest of Israel, because the Houthis in Yemen are in solidarity with the Palestinians being slaughtered by Israel, and that's why they cut off their shipping. And so now Trump's going to go there, and now he was Obama, Biden, and Trump bombed the hell out of Yemen at the behest of Saudi Arabia, and now he's going to do it at the behest of Israel. Well, he is doing it. He's not going to do it. He's doing it. And he's doing it also threatening Iran. So this is a way for Benjamin Netanyahu to get the United States to bomb Iran. To say, oh my God, they're supporting the Houthis who are bombing the ships and the thing. So that's how this all works. So before, Tulsi couldn't stand it. Now, watch Tulsi. This is heartbreaking.
Leadership going back through his first term as president, he has been and remains very committed to combating and defeating the threat of Islamist terrorism that not only affects.
We're the terrorists. We're the terrorists. The United States is the terrorists. Saudi Arabia was the terrorists. Benjamin Netanyahu and the IDF and the Zionists are the terrorists. They're the ones slaughtering people for land. We're the terrorists. We have yet to be attacked. What is the United States hasn't been attacked by Islamists since 2001. And it's really questionable about who else was in on that. So this is the what a flip-flop. Let's listen to more.
The United States, the American people, our own safety and security.
It has nothing to do with our safety and security. That's a lie. So she's just lying. It has nothing to do with our safety and security. She's doing the bidding of the Zionists.
But it is affecting so many people in different parts of the world.
It certainly isn't affecting us. It's not affecting us. We already covered this on Monday. The idea that what's happening over there is affecting us, it's not.
We can see different terrorist groups, the Houthis in Yemen being one of them, that President Trump has The
Houthis in Yemen are not the terrorists. The terrorists are us.
Designated after President Biden took them off of the terrorist list, redesignated them appropriately as a terrorist organization.
You know who they just took off the terrorist list? The guy who's running Syria right now. Because he was the head of Al-Qaeda. Now they call it HTS. So you don't know it's Al-Qaeda. They call it HTS. There used to be a $10 million reward. Biden, Trump. They had a $10 million reward for the guy who's running Syria right now. All of a sudden, oh, wait a minute. He's not a terrorist anymore, even though he is. So she's playing the game. She's bullshitting you. She's gaslighting you. She's throwing the terrorist word around. Whenever they want to bomb or kill somebody or throw you in jail or take away your rights, they're just going to call you a terrorist. So if you protest an oil company, they're going to call you an eco terrorist. If you say something online they don't like, they're going to call you a cyber terrorist. So that's all they have to do is say you're a terrorist, and that's it. You don't have any rights, and we can bomb the hell out of you.
And taking action where the previous administration failed to.
Right.
The Houthis have been.
So Joe Biden bombed Yemen 1,000 times. So that's another lie. We're going to take action where they failed to. Up until what Israel's doing to Gaza, Yemen was the world's, you heard her say it, it's the world's biggest humanitarian crisis. Then Gaza overtook that. And she's lying, saying that Joe Biden failed to do it. He was bombing the hell out of them. I showed you the video of Trump in May of 2024 saying Joe Biden shouldn't be bombing Yemen. We could end this with a phone call. Why are we doing this? So this is just her lying.
Disrupting maritime trade and passage for a very long time.
Okay, no, they weren't. They when there was the ceasefire between Israel and the Palestinians, the Houthis stopped interrupting the shipping going to Israel. They stopped it. And they haven't attacked anybody since the ceasefire started. Guess who broke the ceasefire? The United States. We're bombing the hell out of them now. Why? Because Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, did not live up to the ceasefire agreement. The 3-stage agreement, they didn't live up to it, and now they're back bombing the hell out of everybody in Gaza and the West Bank. Slaughtering people. Bombing everywhere in Gaza and the West Bank. So she's just lying.
No serious effort has been taken to stop that disruption. Our country and other countries should not be in a position to have to make a decision to reroute commerce going through that area simply because of the Houthi threat that exists. So President Trump has taken decisive action for our own safety, security, and prosperity. And I know we'll look to.
It has nothing to do with our safety. It has nothing to do with our security. And it's nothing to do with our prosperity. Nothing to do with our prosperity. This is us going to war at the behest of other countries once again. A thing she used to rail against. Now she's the instrument of it.
Other affected countries, as there are many who are impacted by this, to similarly take action.
And so now
millions of Yemeni.
And now she's encouraging other countries to join us in bombing the shit out of Yemen. All for Israel. Tulsi Gabbard wants other countries to join the U.S. in attacking Yemen. During Trump's first term in office, Gabbard was leading critic of Trump's backing of the Saudi war in Yemen, which she called genocidal. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has called for other countries to join the U.S. in attacking the Houthis in Yemen, a country she previously strongly opposed intervening in. The U.S. launched a major round of airstrikes against Yemen on Saturday and in the days that followed, killing at least 53 people, including women and children, of course. Gabbard said that the U.S. wants countries that are more impacted by a disruption in the Red Sea shipping to get involved. Our country and other countries should not be in a position to reroute commerce going through that area simply because of the threat that exists. The Houthis, officially known as Ansar Allah, ceased their attacks on Israel and Red Ship shipping after Gaza's ceasefire went into effect January 19th. So this is nothing. The U.S. began bombing Yemen again in response to the Houthis announcing that they would reimpose a blockade on Israel shipping. And this is all at the behest of Israel. And because Israel wants to take over Gaza and the West Bank illegally. And they're slaughtering people to do it. So they abided by the ceasefire.
Yes, and also I think it's just because the war in Ukraine obviously is toning down its loss for Ukraine and for the West. There needs to be another cash cow for the military contractors, and what better than to drop lots of bombs on Yemen? I mean, also they're in the pocket pockets of the defense contractors, but of course also Israel plays a major part in this.
Hamas abided by the ceasefire. Again, Israel didn't. Benjamin Netanyahu, he announced he wouldn't abide by it in January, and he's not. And so they said, okay, we're going to block the Red Sea again. And Trump was like, no, you can't. We're going to go bomb you at the behest of Israel now. Before we used to do it at the behest of Saudi Arabia. Now we're doing it because of Israel. And we're going to use this as a reason for us to start World War III with Iran. This is the opposite of what MAGA voted for. The opposite. During President Trump's previous term in office, Gabbard was in Congress. She was the leading critic of the U.S. backed. At the time, Gabbard was critical of the fact that Yemen war was unauthorized by Congress, participation illegal under the Constitution, which it is. She was right about it back then, which is why I supported her back then, because she was right. And now she's doing the exact thing she used to decry and say was unconstitutional. So now Tulsi Gabbard, under the guise of her being a patriot, is now undermining the Constitution and acting unconstitutionally to slaughter people at the behest of Israel. President Trump's new bombing campaign is also unauthorized and illegal, as was President Biden's airstrike against the Houthis that launched from January 2024 to January 2025. Gabbard was involved in a war powers resolution that would have ended U.S. support for the Saudi war in Yemen, which was vetoed by then Trump in 2019. Congress has now, for a very long time, given up its responsibility to declare war, and this war in Yemen is a perfect example. So I and a few of my colleagues are introducing a resolution that will take back our congressional authority and responsibility that's given to us through the United States Constitution to stop this. Our illegal participation in this Saudi-led genocidal war in Yemen. She said that in 2018. And that's when we backed her, because she was right. Here's what Aaron Mate says. Well, Tulsi Gabbard reverses her once strong opposition to Washington's genocidal war in Yemen, calls on other countries to support Trump's military assault on the country. Aaron Mate says Beltway neocons melted down over Tulsi Gabbard's nomination because she took anti-war stances in U.S. targets, including Yemen. But looks like they had nothing to worry about. Israel first. So that's why they were afraid of her. And of course, I'm sure she must have said behind closed doors, don't worry, I'm going to bomb the shit out of anybody you want. And that's why she got approved. Yeah. And that's why she's now the director of national intelligence.
Exactly. That's how stuff works. Exactly.
Israel first. Tulsi's Israel first. Trump is Israel first. The whole goddamn Congress is Israel first. You know who's not? The United States people. Okay.
Well, he hit the nail on the head right there. It's absolutely right that this intervention in Yemen is largely also on the behest of Israel. And of course, it's all gearing up towards a perhaps an eventual confrontation with Iran. Of course, this is a proxy war to a larger degree. But eventually, I think they're tightening the noose around Iran, basically, is what they're doing. Let's take a look at another clip by Jimmy Dore about how Trump basically betrayed his base. Let's take a look. I mean, this is all relating now to the war in Yemen and how these people who are now in the Trump administration are basically warmongers as well, and how they are going to fulfill the demands of their donors, which, of course, to a large degree are APAC and, Miriam Adelson and other Zionist oligarchs. So I think he also, Trump also caved on defense spending. He said that he was going to halve the defense spending, which is something he did not do. He's also trying to get rid of Thomas Massey and is endorsing Lindsey Graham, one of the worst deep state, psychopaths that has so much blood on his hands, and Thomas Massey, perhaps one of the only honest politicians out there. So that is also happening. We'll take a look at that. But let's take a look first at Trump and yeah, he's also backing the Syrian terrorists that HTS that are of course rebranded Al Qaeda, and their leader is former Al Qaeda, and they're killing Christians in Syria right now, and they have been doing so for quite some time now, while they're still being supported by the West. So that is another issue, but let's take a look at Yemen some more. Then we'll move on to those two other issues that I'm talking about, and many other issues. And that just proves the theory that, no matter who you vote for, it doesn't really matter. Because, you might have a sort of bashing of Zelensky once in a while. You might have that. Um, but in the end, it's not even clear if he's going to end the war in Ukraine, because that is also hitting road bumps. So let's take a look at Yemen some more. I think it's this one.
Dobar je osjećaj platiti manje.
There's so many commercials here. I don't know why. Somebody mentioning USS Liberty around 2. People thought they were voting against this. A Jesuit priest said, "Every time anyone says that Israel is our friend in the Middle East, I can't help but think that before Israel, we had no enemies in the Middle East."
Come see us on tour in Hartford, Connecticut, Syracuse, Atlantic City, Americans bases surrounding Iran. Okay. What are they doing?
Right where we want them.
What are they doing putting their country in the middle of all our military bases? So if Doge was a real thing, which I think it's fun that they find out these, they're funding trans ballets and stuff. That's fun. It's hilarious. Yeah. I doubt that money was even being... But the point is, if they were serious about cutting money and balancing the budget, they would get rid of all these bases. These are American bases, military bases. This is actually from 2017. So there might be
stationed in Turkmenistan.
Turkmenistan. So there might be a few less in Afghanistan. I'm not even sure about that. But look at all of them in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar.
Why didn't Russia want to have all their bases around them?
Where's the Russian bases? There's not. Where's China's bases? They're not there. Just the United States, because our government is taken over by the military-industrial complex and Israel. That's why. So why do I bring this up? Well, because I had a guy on social media say, "Hey, the Houthis, the people in Yemen, they attacked our group of carriers in the Red Sea." And my question is, do you hear what you're saying? Why does the United States have a group of carriers in the Middle East? Does China have a group of carriers off California? Does Russia have a group of carriers in the Hudson Bay? No. So U.S. naval assets in the Red Sea. There's the USS Harry Truman. So that's the aircraft carrier. But it's not just an aircraft carrier. With every aircraft carrier comes a bunch of destroyers and battleships. So then there's the U.S. Gettysburg, the U.S. Stout, U.S. Jason Dunham, the USS The Sullivans. The Sullivans. Sounds like you're stationed at a pub.
Yeah, sounds like the Fighting Sullivans, that movie about that where the entire family dies in World War II.
Oh, that's right.
The Fighting Sullivans.
So this is how we say we care. Some people send flowers. The United States, we send aircraft carriers and the Sullivans. USS Georgia is also there. So that's want to hear this.
Don't forget the USS Israel, our best friend and aircraft carrier.
That's right. That's right. So here's the aircraft carrier. That's the Truman. That's in the Red Sea. The USS Gettysburg, that's a guided missile cruiser. That's also there. That's the USS Stout. That's another guided missile destroyer. The USS The Sullivans, that's a guided missile destroyer.
What? What kind of name is that?
I know, the Sullivans. The USS
Family Guy.
The USS Georgia is there. That's a guided missile submarine. So we have imagine if Russia or China had all those in the Red Sea too. But they don't.
Well,
they don't. Imagine if they had them in the Gulf of Mexico, America. Imagine if they had that's the equivalent of what we have.
Yeah, and also, again, really nice stuff. We haven't won for many years.
Right. Yeah. That's the sad part. Well, here, let me just show you this before we get to that. The USA has now moved 7 B-2A Spirit stealth bombers to the Diego Garcia Air Base in the Indian Ocean, together with a large number of support aircraft. So these are all our stealth, right? These are stealth. They're so stealthy you can see them. The Houthis in Yemen and the Islamic regime in Iran are within range of this. That's why they're sending them.
Thank God. Oh, wow. And by the way, they haven't been defeated, the Houthis, even though they've been bombed for
70 years. 70 years, as George Galloway just told us. So also, there's a second U.S. aircraft carrier strike group heading to the Middle East. So not only do we have all this stuff there we have another group just like this and just like this heading there.
Yay.
And here's all our bases. And of course, here's the sad part. The really sad part is America would still lose in a war with Iran.
Yeah, why would we win that? We didn't win against Iraq. They didn't have hypersonic missiles.
And how do I know that we would lose? Well, check our win-loss record since World War II. It
ain't good.
It's not me saying it. This is the math saying it. America can't win wars.
Look at all those, like a sex offender registry, all that to lose. America doesn't win. Why do people think that we win?
And because we're trying to fight people who live there, just like in Afghanistan. They knew they were going to win because they lived there.
Right. You know how the WEF is having a hard time conquering America because the people who live here don't like it and have guns? Well, that is true of a lot of places.
Yeah. So Iran has hypersonic missiles. You know who doesn't? None of these bases, the United States bases, none of them have hypersonic missiles.
Those are just juicy targets.
Yeah. Hypersonic missiles. They have them. You know who doesn't? The United States. How is that? I don't know.
You're worried about nukes in Iran. If you're worried about nukes in Iran, you're a moron that doesn't know anything.
Why does Iran sit right in the middle of where we have all our military bases? It's like they're trying to pick a fight.
Yeah.
It's like they're trying to pick a fight. Well, guess what? More good news, ladies and gentlemen. It appears to be significantly increasing its military presence in the Middle East. Who? The United States. What are they doing? The United States is sending highly sophisticated aircraft and a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East. In recent days, at least 5 B-2 stealth bombers have deployed to Diego Garcia, a British military base used by the United States in the Indian Ocean. More are apparently en route.
Nice.
I
remember our last war with Iraq that somehow Iran won, and Operation Third Time's a Charm is go.
So here's where right here is where the USS Truman is, right, with all those battleships and submarines. And now they're sending all these over here. So that's over there. And now they're sending them right over here. So they could still strike Iran, not far from Iran. Just so you know, that's where they're at. That's where they are.
Yeah, that is happening.
I don't know. Maybe it's because maybe his conscience is giving him that's what happens when your conscience is bothering you because you're killing children.
What, it makes you over gel your hair?
It makes you, maybe that's it. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has promised to keep striking the Houthis, the poorest people in the world, for as long as it takes. They've been being bombed for 70 years. Obama bombed the shit out of them. Trump bombed the shit out of them. Joe Biden bombed the shit out of them. Over 1,000 bombing raids they did on them. And that was at the behest of Saudi Arabia, and now we're doing it at the behest of Israel. You're not going to win. Just like we didn't win in Afghanistan. You're not winning.
Well, winning is not for you. Winning is for the people to fulfill their blackmail obligations.
And President Trump has warned Iran he might be forced to take military action against their nuclear facilities if Tehran doesn't agree to talks. Hey, guess what? That'd be a big mistake.
I mean, this is so stupid, dude. Well, hey, go for. They're hell bent on doing it. I'm looking forward to laughing at it because what else are you going to be able to do? Your money's going to it whether you like it or not.
And here is Pete Hegseth admitting that the Iran-funded Houthis narrative is made up. It's a made-up talking point to sell the bombing campaign to the average feeble American John Doe. Right here, he says, Pete Hegseth says to the vice president, I understand your concerns because J.D. Vance didn't want us to bomb Yemen. He was like, don't do it. And he's like, no, I understand your concerns, but we got to do it. Why? Because the messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we need to stay focused on Biden failed and they're funded by Iran. So he's saying we just made it up because Biden didn't fail. It's bombed the shit out of them.
Well, he failed, but you're going to fail the same way, Hegseth, because you're doing the same thing as Biden. Really, all of our leaders are failures, aren't they?
And Michael Tracy tweeted this out remember when Trump killed Soleimani?
Yeah, I wouldn't talk with us either after that.
Pete Hegseth called on Trump to bomb Iran and their energy production facilities, ports, and nuclear facilities. He said Trump should even bomb mosques, hospitals, and schools. And here he is saying it.
Sometimes you have moments, Steve, and I happen to believe that we can't kick the can down the road any longer in trying to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. They used the killing of Soleimani as an excuse to say, we're scrapping the Iran deal. We all know they were scrapping it anyway. So what better time than now to say, we're starting the clock. You've got a week. You've got X amount of time before we start taking out your energy production facilities. We take out key infrastructure. We take out your missile sites. We take out nuclear developments. We take out
popular
capabilities. Or take out a Quds headquarters while you're at it if you want. I understand that's not a popular idea.
But I understand, I've been hearing that we believe that the Iranians are hiding missiles and weapons in some of these cultural sites, churches,
of course they do.
Mosques.
This is what it is.
Yeah, because we bombed every other place.
Look, he's breathless, this maniac. He's too crazy for Fox News.
Yeah.
They're like, nobody wants this. We can't kick the can. We can do it with cutting the budget, though. We can have Doge be completely fake and kick the can with the continuing resolution. For America, we can kick the can forever. We can't do it with Iran existing.
Islamists do is what they've done on the battlefield against folks like me and my entire generation. Human shields, using mosques, using hospitals, schools. This is what our enemies do. Now that doesn't.
And then what do? We bomb the hospitals. We bomb the mosques. We bomb the colleges, the schools, the universities. So that's not really a good strategy because we don't give
as bad as his.
The Fox News host is defense secretary.
Israel. I always want to stress, I'm not just picking on Israel when I'm talking shit about Israel. America is every bit more so because Israel, for some reason, is totally honest about their genocidal shit. America, we got to pretend it didn't happen.
So just remember when Trump said this about Yemen.
I look at your policies, I see secure the borders, bring jobs back. I look at the Democrats and many Republicans, and it's foreign war and foreign expansion.
That's right.
What is that?
I think it's just a failed mentality. It's crazy.
A failed mentality, which I'm going to implement immediately in my first 50 days in office. I'm going to keep it going.
Trump. This old Trump, I like him. Can we elect this guy?
I like the old Trump. The old Trump was great. The new Trump, horrible. He's like Joe Biden 2.0.
And the great Tim Pool, by the way, he's not saying anything about any of this. Just so you know.
You can solve problems over a telephone. Instead, they start dropping bombs. I see recently they're dropping bombs all over Yemen. You don't have to do that.
Yeah, you do if Israel tells you to. Don't you, bitch?
You don't have to do that. What happened to that Trump? That's the Trump that MAGA voted for.
I'm not a fan of Shabbos Goy Trump.
You don't have to. We want to hear it again.
I look at your policies. I see secure the borders, bring jobs back. I look at the Democrats and many Republicans, and it's foreign war and foreign expansion.
That's right.
What is that?
I think it's just a failed mentality. It's crazy. You can solve problems over a telephone. Instead, they start dropping bombs. I see recently they're dropping bombs all over Yemen. You don't have to do that. You can talk in such a way where they respect you and they listen to you.
Both the guys in that video now have different positions. How'd that happen? How did that happen?
Guess who doesn't have a different position? Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, the one I'm supposed to hate, who for some reason is saying the thing I agree with every time.
She says, I have not heard a single American say they want another war in the Middle East or anywhere else. Not one. All I've heard is a loud cry demanding our government and its leaders put America first. I don't support going to war on behalf of other countries. I support peace and fixing our own massive problems for our own people. It's literally my job title, U.S. Representatives.
God, she sounds crazy.
Sounds crazy. You know why? Because she doesn't take any money from AIPAC. And that's why they try to make her out in the press to be like a main.
That's what the Jewish space lasers lie that they said about her. The thing she never said. That's what it is.
And here's Dave Smith to remind you.
I like what that guy said. Benjamin Netanyahu came and testified before Congress in 2002, and he said with certainty that if we overthrew Saddam Hussein, democracy would sweep the region. He also advocated that we had regime change in Libya, Syria, and Iran. And he's still advocating that to this day. You must recognize that anyone advocating that America go fight another stupid, catastrophic war in the Middle East is your enemy. They are our enemies. Anyone who advocates that. If they start talking to you about fighting a war with Iran, you treat them like an enemy that they are. They are not on your side. Our people do not want to fight any more wars in the Middle East, period.
Whoa.
I can't wait till they start this war and then let's see the recruitment. That should be a real funny to watch. They're going to be stuffing people in vans like Ukraine.
So this is some breaking news. I just got this sent to me.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look at maybe this video.
Okay, but what do you do in practice?
Why can't I skip this? I have ad blocker on, right?
Right now that the United States may be preparing a military strike against Iran. Now, look, it's entirely possible that doesn't happen, and maybe we're just flexing our muscles during these negotiations. We do that sometimes, but there's a lot of key assets moving into the region that we wouldn't really need for any purpose other than striking Iran. So,
for example, those strategic stealth bombers.
Let's dive into this. Starting with Defense Blog, they reported earlier today, quote, the United States is quietly preparing for a possible military operation targeting Iran's nuclear infrastructure, according to multiple indicators observed across the region. And we're going to get into a couple of those key indicators here. So starting out, they say that in recent days, observers have noted the redeployment of several B-2 Spirit stealth bombers from the U.S. Air Force's 509th Bomb Wing to Diego Garcia, a remote base in the Indian Ocean often used for long-range strike operations. And yes, we are going to take a look at where Diego Garcia is because it's kind of a unique location, all things considered. But to add to this here, we have the Intel Frog over on X that's monitoring this and actually published some satellite imagery that I don't feel comfortable sharing, but I guess it's out there. And he says that at least 5 U.S. Air Force B-2 Spirits and 7 C-17 Globemasters have arrived at Diego Garcia in the last 3 days. That is a lot of major assets. And we'll play some footage of the B-2 here just because it's kind of a cool aircraft. This is not recent. This is at least a year or two old, so know that. But these B-2 stealth long-range bombers, there's only certain targets that we need to use that against, right? These are not necessary for striking militia groups in Iraq and Syria. Not really even necessary for hitting the Houthis, although I believe we may have used a B-2 at one point.
I've used it pretty much like target practice. But I think, this is geared towards Iran.
Last year. Really, you're talking about any country with a hardened air defense network. So Iran, Russia, North Korea, China, and maybe a few others, at least adversarial nations. Now, where these B-2s moved was to a location in the Middle East, closer, not really in the Middle East, in that part of the world, but closer and more able to strike targets in the Middle East if needed. So here we've got Iran and Yemen, ongoing operations against the Houthis, and we're going to talk about that today. And this, luckily there's this red dot in the middle of the ocean that helps me figure out where Diego Garcia is. And it's just this little guy. Not a lot here. But the airfield, and you can see, God, the detail in Google Maps is wild, isn't it? So anyways, clearly military base. This isn't a secret. So clearly a military airfield. We know that it's there. You can Google it, the location.
It's actually a British base, British territory, I believe. But it's a base that is being used by the Americans predominantly.
In some recent satellite imagery, we're definitely starting to see some B-2s lined up on the tarmac. I do not feel comfortable sharing that, so I'm not going to. But nonetheless, we've got the B-2 bombers arriving in theater, so that's one of the indications. The other one here is that, as we reported just a couple days ago, the USS Carl Vinson Carrier Strike Group has departed the Western Pacific and is currently en route to the Arabian Sea. The Arabian Sea, in that area, that general geographic portion of the globe, is also where the Harry S. Truman Carrier Strike Group is operating. So that means we are going to have two carrier strike groups in the Middle East. Again, when you're talking about what these might be needed for, it's not militia groups. It's not even the Houthis. It's Iran. That would be the target set for this type of firepower. So we got to keep that in mind. Now, all of this comes amidst some recent negotiations between Trump and Khamenei, or the leadership in Iran, kind of, sort of, a little bit. It's not entirely clear what that looks like right now. Last week, Trump said that he sent Khamenei a letter proposing negotiations for a new nuclear deal with a 2-month ultimatum to reach an agreement. It's according to a source reported in CNN. And then they said that the communication contained more of a threatening posture, but some opportunities for Iran, and they expect some sort of response here in the coming days. I mentioned the 2-month timeline, but let's not spend too much time on that because we don't actually know when it started. Like, was the timeline when Trump wrote the letter? Was it when the Ayatollah received it? Because there was strangely like a 5 to 6 day gap there. Or is it a 2-month ultimatum once they sit down and actually start negotiating a deal? I don't know, but there's an ultimatum in there somewhere. And we have seen kind of an increased, aggressive language when talking about the Iranian threat. In fact, to that end, let's go ahead and jump real quick to a clip I played a couple days ago, but it's worth rehashing here, of National Security Advisor Michael Waltz talking about this specific issue on CBS Face the Nation. Let's give it a listen.
Full dismantlement. Iran has to give up its program in a way that the entire world can see. And this is, look, as president.
So what happened to every other Middle Eastern nation that didn't have nuclear weapons? Or gave up their chemical and biological weapons, such as Saddam Hussein? They got destroyed by the West, including Assad, who actually gave up his chemical weapons stockpile after the fake, the chlorine gas attacks and the sarin gas attacks that were being blamed on him. So, this is all gearing up towards Iran. I think this is absolutely accurate, and with people such as Mike Waltz in the administration, or Pete Hegseth, or even Tulsi Gabbard right now, this is going to be a cakewalk for the ones advocating for war with Iran.
As President Trump has said, this is coming to a head. All options are on the table, and it is time for Iran to walk away completely from its desire to have a nuclear weapon. And they will not and cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapons program. That's enrichment,
to the president's
that
call
is
for these
weaponization, and that it's strategic missile program.
So that pretty well.
So Israel has nuclear weapons, for example, and also Israel stole the nuclear secrets actually from the United States. There's a very fishy story about how Israel got nuclear weapons. So yeah, Israel has nuclear weapons, but Iran can't have them. So yeah. Let's take a look at what Douglas McGregor had to say about this whole situation. This is going to be interesting. This is a really good summary. I mean, he's going to go further into detail, but it's quite long. But let's take a look at Douglas McGregor, since he is a former U.S. Army colonel.
I've never seen such an amazing...
And again, we've got to bear through this commercial. I think it's going to be able to skip it, right? I think so. Apparently not. He's also going to talk about the situation in Ukraine and what's going on there. So that's going to be interesting. This is incredible. I don't know why this is. Let's take a look. Okay, now it's.
Well, Ukrainian kids now have something new to play with when they go to a toy store. Ukraine this week launched its new toy line. This seems fun. Take a look at this. This is the AFU fighter Oksanka with a prosthetic leg and a Ukrainian flag on her chest. So little kids can now dream of growing up and dying in NATO's proxy war, or just have a leg blown off in battle. That's for the future of Ukraine. This comes as a new report out this morning shows the size and scope of Ukraine's cemeteries has more than doubled in recent months. Just look at these images. Just take a step back when you think about the warmongers in Washington, D.C., and NATO and the European Union who want more of these people to die. Look, all of the extra space that they've made available. Look at that right there on your screen, the left side of your screen. That's for the many thousands of people that will continue to die unless this ends soon. It's an absolute disaster. The Time magazine just published a brand new interview with Ukrainian dictator Zelensky, and it's pretty damn revealing.
First I'll go through this part because this is the part that made me absolutely nuts. They say, well, he doesn't really like all the gold decor in the nation's capital, but he has one room where he goes to chill out and relax, and it has paintings that he picked himself. Take a look at them. They feature the Kremlin on fire, a Russian battleship sinking, and his...
Is Zelensky so high on cocaine? Is that like really how far his mind has gone? I mean, he recently talked about how he's going to outlive Putin and how Putin is going to die and all that. It's quite hilarious, actually. I'm Zelensky. I have picture of Ukraine destroying Kremlin. It's burning, Kremlin burning. And here we have Ukraine soldier picture. We destroy Russian warship. Give us more money. I want more money. I have villa in Italia. When I go to Europe, I will escape there before a coup gets orchestrated against me, or I get removed somehow.
People at war inside the Russian borders, and he says this Kremlin on fire one is his favorite. That's not normal. This is not a guy who cares about life, you guys. This is a guy who cares about death.
So let's bring in Colonel Douglas McGregor now to talk about all of these revelations in this Time magazine article about him basically admitting now that, you know what, Ukraine is done. The only way we survive is if the West steps up. He hopes that Europe will be the ones to step up and really fund and supply weapons to continue this senseless war. Colonel, good to see you. Welcome back to the show. Just first, your thoughts on this Time magazine interview with Zelensky.
Well, my thoughts about most interviews with Zelensky are not very positive. The man is a pathological liar, and so it's difficult to accept much of what he says, though I admit you're correct that he's finally talking about the losses and the destruction of his country, which, in my judgment, is largely his fault. Now, you will recall, because you were one of the few people that was interviewing me some time ago when this war got off to a start, and I started reporting the tremendous losses the Ukrainians were taking. And everybody said, oh, no, that's a lie. He's working for Putin or something. And then they were attributing these losses the Ukrainians were taking to the Russians. Well, now at least we have the true picture, and you're showing it, and it needs to be shown to people, because this has been a terrible, terrible disaster for Ukraine. Russia, of course, has suffered. It's paid a price. It's lost 100,000 Russians, probably 10,000 Chechens on top of that. But those losses are almost minuscule when you figure that somewhere is between 1.2 million and 1.5 million Ukrainian soldiers have been killed. And this man, Zelensky, is the principal obstacle to peace. I mean, the man...
Very high estimate, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's close to a million right now.
Obviously conducted this interview, isn't aware of it, but the discussions that are going on between us and the Russians in Riyadh are going very well. And we're getting down into details. We're going to iron things out. The only thing that stands between the normalization of relations with Moscow and disaster right now is, of course, Zelensky. He wants disaster. We want normalization. So I plead with the president, whenever he's listening, exercise your power and authority, remove Zelensky. Get rid of this man. This man is a danger to all of us. And as soon as he's out of the picture, all the things that the president wants to see happen, an ending to the killing, a ceasefire, agreements, all of those things will happen. But you've got to get Zelensky out of the picture.
Right. And so one of the things that kills me about this article is that the author says, well, I met him last year in Switzerland when he was pitching his peace plan. And this quote, some of its demands struck his allies as fanciful, and no one expected Ukraine to achieve all of these goals, certainly not anytime soon. Well, that's nice of them to admit a year later after people have already died. So I wanted to throw my computer the fact that the mainstream media is now admitting that this has always been Zelensky's ego project to the death of thousands. Oh, but we knew that all along. No, they didn't. How can they say that? They've been lying to us.
Well, I think you're hitting the key point, and that is, yes, they were lying to us because, truthfully, behind the scenes, I'm sure they knew the truth, and they were told to lie, and they readily lied. This was the whole narrative problem that Clayton has talked to many of his guests about. You can go back to Mike Krupa and talk about this sort of thing. The truth was out there, but no one wanted the truth, and so the lie took over, and everybody accepted it. The media accepted it, not just here, but all across Europe. Now suddenly they say, well, we knew these were fanciful aspirations. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead as a result of fanciful aspirations. And of course, the main culprits are, of course, Biden and his administration, but also the people in London and Paris and Berlin and the other major capitals that maintained the fiction. And anybody who challenged it was a traitor, was somehow or another selling out his country. It's crazy.
Or just a betrayal to this myth that was Zelensky. This line also made me crazy, that they need to make sure that there is some kind of peace agreement that Zelensky will not find too humiliating. Who the hell cares how he feels? So people have to die so he's not humiliated? What the hell kind of journalism?
Kid gloves, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm ranty,
ridiculous.
But I'm pissed.
No, Natalie, you're 100% right. And that's why this man needs to go away. And the president of the United States, who's presided over this disaster in the past, is being replaced. We have a new one. His name is Trump. He did not create this. This is not his responsibility. But he needs to act decisively to get out of this. And that means get rid of Zelensky and the gang of criminals that surround him. If he doesn't do it, very shortly, he's going to own this disaster. You know how Americans are. They only have so much patience.
Yeah.
He promised an end to this disaster. He's got to end it. To end it, you got to get rid of Zelensky.
Well, as an Eagles fan and a Philadelphia sports fan, I know it. We have a very thin amount of patience, and as soon as you screw up, as soon as you start underperforming, you're going to start hearing boos. And so you're right about that. I want to get your take on this, Colonel. So, a friend of the show, Eva Bartlett, one of the greatest journalists really in the world. She really shone a light on the pedal mines that were being used by Ukraine to attack and kill civilians. They were like these green little like leaf-like pedal mines that would wind up in children's parks where they'd pick them up and they'd have their hands blown off or killed. Hundreds of people killed, civilians targeting this. Well, now here's their new strategy, these new grass mines, which are now meant to look like sort of chunks of grass, so that children can pick these up and they'll blow up. So they don't look like pedal mines anymore, but these are the new types of mines that Ukraine is launching into civilian areas in the People's Republic of Donetsk. So while these peace talks are going on in Riyadh, they're rolling out new strategies to target and kill civilians. Are you surprised?
No, because we tolerate it. Remember, we outlawed after Desert Storm the use of these IPCM munitions. These were little bomblets that looked like baseballs. And children in Iraq would find these on the ground, picked up the ball and throw it. The next thing you knew, it exploded and either killed the child or maimed the child for life. And so we went back and said, no, we're not going to produce these anymore. We're going to outlaw these. And then we discovered we had some of these remaining in the arsenal that had not been destroyed yet, and we shipped them to Ukraine. The Ukrainian leadership, this criminal government, is full of hatred. It hates in the plural, which is the worst kind of hatred. It's bad enough when one person hates another, but hating in the plural leads to disasters like the Holocaust during World War II and innumerable other places, Cambodia and so forth. This has got to stop. Zelensky is responsible. He's pushing this. His supporters in Washington are pushing this because it's all about hatred. That's another reason why President Trump's got to get involved and say, that's it. We're finished. They're out. We will do no more business with this regime. They must go.
I want to ask you, we both want to ask you about this signal leak before we let you get out of here. And also,
let's return to Iran, basically, before we move on with Ukraine and what's going on there.
So the Diego Garcia news over the past couple of hours, you probably have a lot more awareness about this, which is normally America has its B-2 bombers in America. Well, suddenly, over the past couple of days, there's been a huge influx of American bombers appearing in the atoll, the island of Diego Garcia, showing force to Iran, preparing for strikes against Iran. This comes on the heels of this signal leak, of course, that we saw with the attacks on the Houthi rebels in Yemen. So first on Diego Garcia and these bombers, what is your thought here? What are we positioning to do?
Well, first of all, nobody should know about this. And unfortunately, today in the world of satellite surveillance, it's very difficult to hide forces on the surface that move around, whether they're surface ships or aircraft or troops. But I am disappointed that this sort of thing is peddled by the media. If I were the Secretary of Defense, I would be furious. You know, this sort of thing should not be common knowledge. Now, what are they going to do? I think it's pretty clear, Clayton. This is all about Iran. You don't need to employ B-2 bombers to strike the Houthis in Yemen, for God's sakes. So this is very, very sophisticated aircraft designed to survive.
This is for sophisticated air defenses.
Integrated air defenses at 35, 40,000 feet and bomb with precision. There's only one target set out there for which these would be useful to the United States at this point, and that is obviously Iran. Now, you know, I don't support this idea. I think this is a catastrophe. I don't think we should bomb anybody over this business right now. But unfortunately, we're not in charge, and this administration has played its cards and said, you know, we're the Israel First administration, and we're going after Iran.
Yes, exactly.
So I think it's pretty obvious. Now, is this just a threat? Well, I don't think it's just a threat. I don't think it's a meaningless gesture. You don't move this kind of equipment. And this is the tip of the proverbial iceberg. This is what you see. Beyond that, there's a lot more firepower now that's being assembled in the region.
Now, we learned from this signal leak that it would seem that the person who was flying the aircraft was not the same person that was actually deploying the weapons, and that there was authorization to strike a civilian apartment because one of the targets was in it. That's usually not allowed, right? And so you're talking about war crimes in Ukraine, and then we are watching it play out in front of us. There were civilian deaths. Am I reading this correctly?
Natalie, I thought the clown show was over.
Yeah.
You know, when the election occurred and we got a new set of people, this is a clown show. First of all, these kinds of conversations are deplorable in any case for the reasons that you cite. The sort of cavalier attitude towards the loss of human life and celebrating the death of an individual that for some reason we decided we wanted to personally annihilate, which, as you point out, strictly speaking, we have laws against assassination, particularly of people in other governments. But having said all of that, putting this out on Signal is incomprehensible. We have encrypted networks. There's no reason that any discussion impinging on national security involving secrets, and some of this could be construed as, well, it's not strictly speaking classified. Well, hell, you've just revealed tremendous intentions. You've revealed what you are about, who is making these decisions. You're talking about the fact that Americans really don't know anything about the Houthis, so they don't understand why it's necessary for us to annihilate them from high altitude. These kinds of conversations are frightening, and they're amateurish and they're unprofessional. So I don't know what the president is going to do about any of it, if anything. But under the circumstances, I think someone should pay the price, whoever set this up. And I don't know how this man Goldberg, who is a card-carrying enemy of Donald Trump and the administration in general, would have ever been included in something like this. I haven't figured that out. If this is a hack, do we know that? If it's not a hack, who put the name on there? And why did that name show up there? The whole thing is incomprehensible. It makes this look clownish in the eyes of the whole world.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, Pete Hegseth can kind of downplay it and kind of spin it and say there's nothing classified in here and go back to peddling nonsense and propaganda, and that's fine. But at the heart of it, there's something really fishy with this and how this all unfolded. It's really fishy in that it happened.
Senior levels, Clayton, when you get to senior levels like this, you're dealing with 4 stars and secretaries of defense and vice presidents and national security advisors. And I've been on the periphery of some of these things. And I watched as a particular general officer was told to speak to the Secretary of Defense. And in came the man with the satellite phone and the encryption device and connected back to the Secretary of Defense in Washington. And then the Secretary of Defense came up on the net to talk to the general officer. All of that was encrypted. All of it was secure. And the conversation they had, in comparison with what we've heard about, Clayton, was modest. In other words, This is back in the mid-90s, and people would take no chances, none, that this kind of thing could ever go public.
It's not just goonery. It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's flat out wrong to, you're right, assassinate and have acceptable civilian targets. This is one of the things that turned most of us against Obama. So come on, guys.
You got to remember something else, that you're talking about a generation of people who are in charge right now. I exclude President Trump from that because he's not part of this generation. But if you look at the ages of these people, they don't have any real military experience. I'm sorry, but showing up for a few months in the National Guard and going on patrol or being in the public affairs office of the Marine Corps, these things do not prepare you to understand the gravity of the situation you're discussing. You're talking about the destruction, not just of property, but of human beings on a grand scale with weapons of mass destruction. And people say, well, that's not true. Well, I got news for you. A 2,000-pound bomb that is precision delivered is a weapon of mass destruction that will kill and annihilate everything. You start talking about these things and you don't have an appreciation for what's at stake, because there are consequences to our action. They're not limited to Yemen. They're not limited to Iran. These consequences can reach beyond the region. And this is the problem and the danger of a regional war. I don't think we understand, frankly, the consequences involved. I don't think we understand the implications. It frightens me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frightens.
Well said. So, Colonel Douglas McGregor on the money right here. I wanted to take a look at an interview of Judge Napolitano, actually on Judge Napolitano, of actually, I think it was Larry Johnson, I believe. Yeah, I believe. So this was about Ukraine, but he also talked, of course, about the Brits. Also about, I mean, this is really good insight. We'll get to that afterwards. Let's take a look. I think there was like an Intel roundtable.
That they're building a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so here we go about.
You know, Ray, I'm really aggravated at what the Attorney General said. The FBI should investigate this, whether they're going to prosecute somebody or not, just so we can find out exactly what happened and how it happened. The Department of Defense's own guidelines, Larry, you alluded to this earlier, are classified, whether they're marked classified or not. Everybody in the government that has a top secret security clearance knows that. How can anybody take at face value what the Attorney General just said, Ray McGovern?
Judge, your outrage is completely warranted, but it's outdated. Nobody gives a rat's patootie about what the law says anymore. Now, what Larry just described is what should have happened, and we have no indication that it did happen before Trump ordered his minions to do this kind of attack on Yemen. There's something called a National Intelligence Estimate, which Tulsi Gabbard is now in charge of. She should have said to the president, look, before you do this, let us set out what the repercussions will be and whether it has any appreciable chance of achieving your aim, Mr. President. Your aim, again, what did you say your aim was? Okay, well, we could tailor an estimate to tell you how good this operation will be in those terms. Now, that never happens anymore. The intelligence community is not even consulted. I'm 90% sure that Trump didn't ask for such an estimate and that Tulsi Gabbard didn't have the cojones to offer one. So you're left with a president who is by definition mercurial, unpredictable. He tells his minions to do this. They don't say, hey, what about this or what about that? They just do it in a kind of, well, sociopathic way. Listen to that conversation. I'm ashamed to be led by this kind of breed of folks that lead our Defense Department and our national security establishment. I don't give a rat's patootie how this happened, what that shows about the United States of America, what it's become, and the immunity accorded to these kinds of people to do these kinds of things speaks enough volumes for me.
Larry, when Tulsi Gabbard was confirmed, the three of us rejoiced. I think that joy is short-lived. I think she's right in the camp of the neocons now. There's not a word in there about her, from her, unless she communicated by some other means, advising against this.
Well, actually, you know, her chief of staff, Joe Kent, did weigh in on that talk. And I don't think he would have weighed in without her support. And he said, look, what's the rush? Why are we pushing this? You know, Tulsi doesn't have the strongest position within the Trump administration. And I understand sort of her caution in watching her back. Let's give her credit, even though this recent intelligence, security threat assessment that was released on last Monday by the Director of National Intelligence, I doubt she had little input into it, but it did reaffirm once more that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, which then raises the question because Trump and Waltz and Hegseth are all insisting the exact opposite,
yes,
which is not a position supported by the intelligence community. So I think it remains to be seen whether Tulsi will step up and insist that no, there's no justification to attack Iran on the basis that they're building a nuclear weapon, because they are not.
When when Mike Waltz said, quote, never met, don't know, never communicated with Goldberg, is that believable?
No, it's not believable at all. I mean, you can see that photo of him standing right in front of him at the White House. No, they lie, Judge. You gotta sort of get accustomed to the fact that you can't believe a damn thing they say. And just the codicil to what Larry just said about Tulsi Gabbard, she has already made her major input here. That assessment says Iran has stopped working on a nuclear weapon since the end of 2003, has not resumed work, and the supreme leader has prohibited work on this.
Is Netanyahu going to show up with a Mossad report, Larry, that says the opposite in order to twist Donald's arm to get him to go along with the bombing Tehran?
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it, but I think Ray's point is spot on, that at least the intelligence community has not surrendered on this one issue.
Right.
And in fact, I suspect Witkoff, as a result of his discussions with Putin, has learned that as a result of that agreement that Russia signed with Iran on 17 January, that Russia is even in the position of guaranteeing that they're not going to permit Iran to build a nuclear weapon. That is part of the, if you will, the quid pro quo of this security arrangement that Russia has now signed on to with Iran.
Are you impressed with Witkoff, Larry?
As a seemingly nice man, yes, but as having any understanding of what he's doing, no. I mean, his comments, particularly, were really repugnant with respect to Hamas, where he said, "Oh, I haven't talked to them and haven't dealt with them directly, and I've only gone through Qatar." And then he repeated all the Zionist propaganda about beheadings and rapes and all that garbage. And yet, if he was consistent, he would have followed through on what he said when he was talking to Tucker about dealing with the Russians, which is, hey, we have to have communication. Both sides need to talk. We need to hear it out from both sides. You know what? Great advice. Do it with Hamas. But instead, he's latched on to this Zionist fantasy that if they just destroy Iran, all of Israel's problems will go away, and it'll be paradise, and birds will be singing, and squirrels will be picking up nuts.
Ray, is the intelligence community today not tailoring intel to please their bosses in the Oval Office and the West Wing, as you and Larry and the others have told me for a couple of years now was done under Biden?
The answer is yes and no. Okay.
Okay.
Now, on important matters like this, and this is of supreme importance, they even said on this Iran section that the Supreme Leader Khamenei has made sure that this won't happen, that they won't work on a nuclear weapon, and until he reauthorizes what he forbade in 2003, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's so big. Now, why did I say, yes, they are tailoring it? Well, there's nothing about climate change. Climate change is still two words that are verboten. You think about the national security implications as well as the human implications, that it used to be at the top of the national assessment. Well, Mr. Trump doesn't like to hear that, so it was subject. It was non-existent in this thing. Other things like, the border and the fentanyl and all that stuff, that came first, even before Russia, China, Iran, and all that. So reordering the thing to please Trump's thing, yes. Substantively, they didn't say that Putin had already lost in Ukraine. As a matter of fact, they said just the opposite, that Putin was winning. So there's some hope that there are enough courageous, enough honest people in the bowels of the CIA and elsewhere that they will help Tulsi.
I doubt it that is going to be the case, unfortunately. Not even sure if there's going to be lasting peace in Ukraine. let's take a look at this video right here.
The Russians are glad that they've got a guy who's got direct contact with Trump, who's known to be have Trump's ear, that is at least willing to listen to them, willing to treat them with some measure of respect. But that said, and I don't have a cause against Witkoff. I think he's a decent man. I think he's smart, but with respect to Russia, he's ignorant. He does not know the history. He does not really, but at least he understands up to a point how critical Russia's demands are. But again, failing to understand the history, if he understood the fact that going back over the last 40 years, the United States has been constantly applying sanctions on Russia. They did it under the Jackson-Vanik Amendment in the 70s and 80s and then backed off. Then the Majinsky Act in the 2000s and then backed off. And then again at the start of the special military operation and continued to up sanctions. And then with respect to international agreements, George Bush walks away from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty Agreement. The United States doesn't do anything to help uphold Minsk 1 or Minsk 2, which are sabotaged by the Ukrainians. And then the United States directly intervenes to blow up the negotiations in Turkey, in Istanbul, in March of 2022. And then Donald Trump walks away from the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Agreement.
Right.
And he arms the Ukrainians. So you got that history. And man, Russia's looking at that saying, what is the basis for relationship here? The United States has been nothing but continually hostile to us for the last 50 years. We're willing to give it a run, but we're going to require some solid proof. And that's what I don't think Witkoff grasps.
Does he have the ability to perceive the gravity of the slaughter in Gaza? Because the number, according to the Gazan Health Ministry over the weekend, surpassed 50,000. Now, that's 50,000 dead bodies. There's probably a lot more people dead because they haven't found the bodies yet. The number doesn't seem to phase anymore, Larry. It certainly doesn't phase the Israelis. It certainly doesn't phase the IDF. I wonder if it phases him or he's just part of the Zionist mentality, as you said, the Zionist fable that surrounds Trump to a person, including Tulsi Gabbard, regrettably. And all they want to do is Netanyahu's bidding. It makes me wonder how a person like that can even be a negotiator. I mean, he is as one-sided as Tony Blinken.
Well, he's alluded to the fact that the loss of his son from suicide, and I think 2011, his son named Andrew died of an Oxycontin overdose, that really affected him. And you would think that somebody that has experienced that kind of loss would be capable of employing some empathy. But he has no empathy towards the Palestinians, no understanding. He has adopted completely the Israeli mythology that Hamas is some irredeemable terrorist organization that is just killing Jews because they hate Jews. No, that's not what's going on. Hamas is the national liberation movement. They're fighting much the same way that my ancestors fought to expel the Brits from from what was in the colonial America and became the United States. They're fighting to oust what they view as foreign occupiers. Well, Witkoff doesn't grasp that. He takes entirely the Zionist perspective in this and really seems incapable of having any kind of empathy towards what the Palestinians are experiencing. They need to disarm. That's his prescription, and that's the Trump administration's demand, that Hamas, quote, demilitarize. Yeah, give up your guns. Give up the only thing that's protecting you from being completely wiped out by Israel.
Right.
We're not going to do that, and he doesn't seem to capture or grasp that.
I recognize that this is not the Dr. Phil show, but where does this leave Marco Rubio?
Oh, Rubio's not a player in this. He's a spectator. He does what he's told. You know, he is the organ grinder monkey with Trump playing the organ. You know, cranks the organ, he dances. He's not setting policy. He's not able to say, that this is what we're going to pursue. And again, this really has nothing even to do necessarily with Hamas, because the bigger target in here is Iran. That's who they're going after. The Trump administration believes that if they can take out Iran, it will solve all the problems in Israel, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Syria, that in Egypt, that it'll settle, because Iran's the big problem is under their formulation of the problem.
Going to run a clip from Mike Waltz, one of his many rants over the weekend about Iran, and then I'm going to ask you if Iran poses a threat to the national security of the United States. Chris, cut number 8.
We've seen the death and destruction that they're doing through its proxies between Hezbollah, the Assad regime, the Houthis, and what have you. If they had nuclear weapons, the entire Middle East would explode in an arms race. That is completely unacceptable to our national security. I won't get into what the back and forth has been, but Iran is in the worst place it has been from its own national security since 1979. Thanks to Hezbollah, Hamas, the Assad regime, and its own air defenses being taken out by the Israelis.
Have the Israelis taken out their air defenses? Hasn't the Kremlin sent them sophisticated air defenses?
Well, what was shocking and alarming is not just what Walt said, it's what Witkoff also said. And Jack Keane, I believe, made the same point on Fox over the weekend, that Iran has been stripped naked of its air defense. That's their assumption. That's the working assumption for Trump, for Witkoff, for Waltz, for apparently that's what the intelligence community is telling them. My understanding is they're dead wrong. And Alistair Crook would support me on that, that Iran, in fact, has a robust, intact air defense system. It fought off the first attack by the joint U.S.-Israel attack on October 27th. And this is what's so dangerous, Judge. The fact that these guys believe their own nonsense, their own horse manure, that they are operating under this premise that Iran's wide open, all they got to go in there is just use some force, bomb them, and they're going to turn around. That, we bombed Iraq, and Iraq didn't have even a fraction of Iraq didn't have a fraction of the defense assets that Iran has, and we failed there ultimately. So the misinformation that's put out, they talk about the massive violence of Hamas. Prior to October 7th, Hamas was responsible in a 24-year period for killing a grand total of 1,575 Israelis or foreigners who were in Israel as tourists. Now, 1,575 over 24 years, that's not exactly. And yet, in a period of 16, 17 months, Israel's murdered over 50,000 Palestinians with over 17,000 children. So I don't want to hear from people like Waltz about how violent Hezbollah and Hamas are, when the actual violence that's being perpetrated is being done by Israel. And again, they blame Iran for the violence. We can go back and look at the number of attacks that have been carried out inside Iran by U.S.-funded terrorist groups. The MEK, the Mujahideen al-Khalq, is one of those groups that the United States has funded, trained, and helped carry out such attacks. And then let's not forget the role of the United States. in helping arm and fund Iraq in its attack on Iran in the 1980s. So the United States needs to recognize that it's not playing with clean hands here. It's not pristine and without guilt. We got blood on our hands, and the only way to get out of this is to step away from the killing and supporting this kind of mayhem, and then try to negotiate a deal. But candidly, I don't think the United States is sincere about negotiating a deal with Iran.
If attack Iran and the United States aids openly and notoriously aids in that attack, what do you expect the Kremlin will do?
Well, the Kremlin has already signed on January 17th this security arrangement with Israel. Now, while they didn't pledge to offer what you call a mutual defense pledge outright, in that agreement they state that they will come to Iran's assistance under the terms of Article 51 of the United Nations. So if Iran is in fact attacked, then Russia is going to come to their assistance. This could completely, if the United States goes through with this attack on Iran, it will completely derail any negotiations between the United States and Russia, number one. Number two, the Iranians will retaliate. They retain the capability to launch missiles that will devastate U.S. military facilities in the region. Potentially, if Iran's oil facilities are attacked, they will wipe out Saudi Arabia's. There will be a worldwide oil crisis, and they will definitely hit Israel to inflict damage on Israel that it hasn't experienced before. This could get out of control real quick. And yet, Donald Trump and his team, and Trump unfortunately deliberately surrounded himself.
So this could easily also escalate to World War III.
With weak people like Rubio, like Hegseth, like Waltz. They're young guys. They're all about, they're believing a lot of the nonsense that they've been fed over the years. They're not thinking about this critically. For example, when Trump decided, order the bombing in Yemen, a mature, experienced Secretary of Defense, which is not Pete Hegseth, before you do this, you need to understand, we only have a limited number of air defense missiles that we can put on board these ships. And given the capacity of the Houthis to launch missiles and drones at us, we could really completely and rapidly exhaust our supply and leave our ships completely vulnerable. Do you understand that? And Trump probably would say, well, no, I thought we had everything. So that may have changed it. But no, Hegseth didn't do that. It was, I'll put on his cheerleader uniform.
You think
his muscles, and said,
you and Ray have schooled me on intel, raw, accurate data being acquired from assets in the field, and yet by the time it gets to the White House, it's spun because they want to tell the White House what they think they want to hear. Is that still going on, or is Trump getting accurate intel about the state of nuclear offensive weaponry, or the absence of it, in Iran? Bill Burns, Ray said this 3 times this morning. In his last 2 days in office as the director of the CIA, repeated his understanding Iran is nowhere near having offensive nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I don't know if the CIA is still maintaining that posture, but and what happens in that case is, if they are, then Trump ignores them because it doesn't fit in with his worldview. If they, I'm not sure the CIA or the Defense Intelligence Agency necessarily weighed in and said, look, if you pursue a bombing campaign against Yemen, it's not likely to succeed because that doesn't appear to be the case. And unfortunately, what we've heard out of Tulsi Gabbard, those of us who held high hopes for her have been extremely disappointed because she sold out to the Zionist lobby and has repeated a lot of the tropes and memes that portray Hamas as this and the Houthis as this ruthless terrorist organization. They're not. The Houthis, in fact, are the only ones standing up trying to defend those who are those unarmed civilians that are being murdered by the Israelis almost now on a daily basis.
Switching gears, Larry, Has the government revealed all the documents it has on the JFK assassination, or did it still hold back?
I think it's still holding back, but what they did reveal once you start digging into it, despite those who claim, oh, this is a nothing burger, there's nothing to see here, people like Ben Shapiro. The reality is it's very important. There was a book written several years ago by Michael Collins Phillips, Final Judgment. Let me repeat that. The book is called Final Judgment. I encourage your viewers and listeners to get it. Michael Collins Phillips is the author. In it, he presents not theory, not opinion, but extensive evidence that the assassination of John Fitzgerald was carried out really at the behest of the Israeli government, Ben Gurion, because John F. Kennedy was trying to block Israel's acquisition of nuclear weapons. Yes. And Israel worked closely with...
against the lobby. Right, he was against the Israel lobby. I think it was called differently back then. I've got to read that book right here. So, gotta read this one. But I mean, it would make a lot of sense since JFK, he did many things wrong. I mean, he started USAID, for example, but he was against AIPAC apparently, and wanted to register them as a foreign agent. And he was against Israel getting nuclear weapons. So it would make sense why they would have something to do with his assassination. Now, do I believe that the main force was Mossad? Well, I think it's mainly CIA and mafia connections that killed JFK. But, that's whole other story, but perhaps this book has a lot of insight. I'm gonna have to read that one. So it's definitely interesting, and it would also explain RFK's posture towards Israel and his adherent stance of pro-Zionism, pretty much, and now declaring that anti-Semitism is a national health crisis as well. So perhaps there's some blackmail that they have on RFK. Perhaps there's some threats and so on. So let's take a further listen onto this.
James Jesus Angleton,
yes,
and the mafia, which included Meyer Lansky, not just the Italian part, but it was the Jewish.
So it wasn't only Santo Trafficante Jr., Carlos Marcello, and Sam Giancana from Chicago, who were the Italian mob, the Sicilian mob. It was also apparently Meyer Lansky, head of the Jewish mob, and apparently OSS and later CIA operative James Jesus Angleton, who played a part. I would believe that. I would think that would corroborate a lot of the evidence from, a lot of books I've read about the JFK assassination.
Jewish part. And when Phillips presented this, he's accused of being an anti-Semite, etc. The Anti-Defamation League went into overdrive to try to discredit him. Well, now the documents that were released last week, unredacted, show that James Jesus Angleton was circumventing President Kennedy's orders to stop Israel's nuclear program. He was doing just the opposite. He was working closely with Israel to help it get a nuclear weapon.
So,
and in fact,
something, but that is never highlighted in the mainstream media reporting about the JFK files.
When he died, the government of Israel held a memorial service in Jerusalem for him. They dedicated a forest named after him and put up a plaque because of his role in helping Israel acquire a nuclear weapon. Not only that, we learn out of these documents that James Jesus Angleton set up a program called Operation Red Cap in the late 50s. Operation Red Cap was looking for young guys in the U.S. military who could be used as bait, could be sent to the Soviet Union as ostensible defectors and be used to try to infiltrate the GRU and the KGB. Gee, guess who one of those young guys was that was part of Operation Red Cap? Guy named Lee Harvey Oswald. So up to this point, the entire Warren Commission effort to portray Oswald as some lone nut, some lone gunman with no ties whatsoever to the CIA, heavily tied to the CIA. In fact, unfortunately, in Phillips' book, all they had was the word that there had been a 201 file created at CIA with respect to Oswald, implying that the agency was following him because they suspected he was involved with nefarious activity. Now we know, no. Oswald was an asset of the CIA, and that was one of the things the CIA has been struggling for years to cover up and prevent from becoming public.
You are an expert in weapons, in projectiles, and in the damage that projectiles do. What is your take on who or how JFK's head was attacked on November 22nd?
Well, when you get into a lot of these different people that have written about the Kennedy assassination, they always maintain that the bullet entered the front of Kennedy's head and blew out the back of his head. Well, the autopsy photo clearly shows that the front right lobe is like a flap, a car door opened up. It was blown out. That shot came from behind. Now people say, oh, see, that proves Oswald. No. Because the angle of the shot, Oswald was up, basically 20 to 22 degrees above Kennedy. And that line coming down, that bullet would not have, it would have had to hit him almost in the top of the head to come out through that part. But when you look at the Zapruder film, and it's been restored in HD clarity, and you can go frame by frame over that 1 second when the front of his head explodes. You see a slight movement of his head forward, then it goes back as the brain and blood mass is exploding out the front as the bullet fragments exit. And it creates like a jet propulsion effect, forcing his head backwards. It's likely that the first shot that went through his throat came from the grassy knoll. That's possible. But that last shot, there's another shooter back there somewhere. And again, that hasn't been investigated. What Phillips lays out is that the CIA working with the mafia and with the strong encouragement of the government of Israel put in motion the plan to kill John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And it was a coordinated effort that day in Dealey Plaza. And the U.S. government has been covering it up ever since.
More about this the next time we talk. Thank you, Larry. Fascinating.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. It also explains why the Epstein files were not released. And that is all because Epstein was they were released, but essentially heavily redacted and nothing new was in them. For instance, you have much more info on Whitney Webb's book, One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2, than you have on the so-called leaks of the Epstein files, right? So I wanted also, before that covers the JFK and the Epstein files and everything, I wanted to take a look at what particularly is going on in Syria. Let's take a look.
Come see us, Levittown, California. So I just want to let you know about Syria and Trump and what his involvement in Syria is. So Patrick Henningsen says, sorry, MAGA folks, by his own admission, Donald Trump is the man responsible for protecting, preserving Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Idlib, which is Syria, in 2018, allowing the terrorists to take over Syria in 2024. Incredible. Real Donald Trump is on the record here boasting that he stopped Russia, Syria, and Iran from crushing 30,000 terrorists occupying Idlib in 2018. What a disastrous move for the region and the world. He also caved to Lindsey Graham and other halfwits in Washington who wanted to save ISIS. He's also lying here about the bogus claim that Russia and Syria would have killed millions of people in Idlib. Utterly ridiculous. Certainly not even a fraction of what Israel has massacred in Gaza and Lebanon. Just remember this when Trump 47 is calling for an expanded U.S. war on terror in Syria and the Middle East once he's sworn in. So that's what. So I just want to here. Let me just play this for you, just so you know. But people could say, "Oh, that was Trump his first term. He knows better now." Well, I just want to let you know.
And Syria is a mess. And I was responsible, and I hope it stays that way, when I put out on social media a few weeks ago about Idlib province. I said, "Don't do it." I'll tell you, it happened where I was at a meeting with a lot of supporters, and a woman stood up and she said, "There's a province in Syria with 3 million people. Right now, the Iranians, the Russians, and the Syrians are surrounding that province. And they're going to kill my sister, and they're going to kill millions of people in order to get rid of 25,000 or 35,000 terrorists or enemies of theirs, but I think we can call them terrorists." And I said, that's not going to happen. I didn't hear of Idlib province. And I came back to New York, and I picked up the failing New York Times. I hate to admit it was the New York Times, but it was the failing New York Times. And I opened it up, not on the front page, but there was a very big story. I said, wow, that's the same story that the woman told me that I found hard to believe, because how would anyone do that with 3 million people? And it said that they were being surrounded, and they were going in and starting literally the next day, they were going to drop bombs all over the place and perhaps kill millions of people in order to get 35,000 terrorists. And I put out on social media and elsewhere, I gave Mike Pompeo, John Bolton, everybody.
Well, it sounds exactly like what
Israel is doing, right? Exactly.
Netanyahu and Israel's doing. Isn't that weird?
Well,
he was against it in 2018 in Syria, but he's for it. It's weird. What?
So wait, no, this is old.
This is old. This is from 2018.
Okay, so he sounds like they ran. He sounds like he fell. Like the girl about throwing babies on the floor. And
yeah,
she
he
was
fell
a
for
Kuwaiti
it.
Princess.
Yes.
They sent a woman to talk to him, and then had the fake New York Times story. The CIA ran it. Pompeo ran an op on him that he completely fell for. So is this him basically bragging, unknowingly bragging how he fell for this moronic? This is what he's for this, right?
He's unwittingly bragging that he fell for the CIA scam.
Great job.
Orders. Don't let it happen. I said, don't let it happen. That doesn't mean they can't be selective. They can't be, go in and they've got to do what they've got to do with terrorists, assume the terrorists, but don't kill millions of people. And it stopped. You saw that. Nobody's going to give me credit, but that's okay. That's okay, because the people know. I have had more Syrians thank me for that. This was about 4 weeks ago I put that out. I said, they're surrounding a city of 3 million people. They're going to start bombing the city. Don't let it happen. And I meant it too. I meant it.
Yeah, and now guess who's in charge of Syria? The terrorists. The terrorists are in charge of Syria. Al-Qaeda is in charge of Syria, and they're slaughtering Christians. Slaughtering them.
Well,
tens of thousands.
I know the parties are divided, Jimmy, but there's one thing that they all agree on, that this is good for Israel, and it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yep.
Trump and Hillary's emails agree. It wouldn't be a bad thing.
And that was in December 12th of last year. He tweeted this out, reminding you that Trump made this possible for Syria to be taken over by Al-Qaeda. Max Blumenthal retweets it and says, MAGA Inc. is suddenly up in arms about the slaughter of religious minorities in Syria. But it was Trump who boasted that he protected Idlib as a base for Syria's current rebranded Al-Qaeda rulers. And it was Trump who assassinated Soleimani after he defended Syrian minorities from the Al-Qaeda and ISIS onslaught. Soleimani was the guy going after ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Trump killed him.
He was replaced by General Salami. That's the name of the guy who replaced him. Yeah, we killed half a sandwich worth of their generals.
So I just want people to know that if you're upset right now that Christians, and you should be, and Alawites are being slaughtered in Syria by Islamic terrorists, because we are the ones who put them in place. It wasn't only Joe Biden, it was also Donald Trump.
What's MAGA Inc.?
MAGA Inc. I don't know. MAGA Incorporated.
Regarding Syria, and we haven't seen anything coming from the Trump administration saying that Biden administration, of course, the left-right paradigm, it's much more than that. It's just complete corporatocracy and technocracy, which is going to be the next part of the podcast, and we're going to go extensively into that, using some of Corbett reports, James Corbett. He does amazing work. But first, let's take a look at Trump's statement regarding the Middle East.
Come see us on.
This is XF. This is what they have been doing, resulting in the deaths of millions of people for years now.
More capable fighting force.
Oh, maybe we'll recruit them to work for America one day.
So, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz says all options are on the table in responding to Iran. That's right, Mike. Awesome. You're going to get us into a nuclear conflict to protect your pedo bosses one way or another, even if you have to kick the football yourself.
With all options for real, like maybe Mike Waltz can suck one of their dicks and settle this down.
Saudi Arabian television reports that Israel convinced the Trump administration to attack the Houthis in Yemen as a first step in military action against Iran.
Well, start doing push-ups, kids. You're the final countdown to Iran.
Get ready. Statement from
Well, all options are always on the table with the president, but Iran needs to hear him loud and clear. It is completely unacceptable, and it will be stopped. The level of support that they've been providing the Houthis.
Sending a very clear message. And the message is clear to Iran as well. And the president said it in his truth.
Look at all the United States warships that are there.
As was previously mentioned by Larry Johnson, I believe, that they don't have the exact missile defense capabilities to defend from Iranian hypersonic missiles. So those fleets make actually great targets for Iran as well.
USS Harry Truman, USS Sullivan's, USS Stout, USS Jason Dunham, USS... What in the F? What are we... I thought Trump was supposed to end that stuff.
The Jason Statham, I thought it said.
That's what I thought it said. The USS,
by the way, just
USS Gettysburg is there. What are we doing?
Well, here's my favorite part. We could not win a war with Iran. We haven't won a war with anybody in 80 years.
I know.
Yes, exactly. Let's take a look at what. So Israel reportedly convinced the U.S. to strike the Houthis in Yemen, with the two countries agreeing that Yemen would be the first step in attacking Iran.
Put this in context for me, because...
So they did stop shooting at our ships. This is just you doing the bidding of Saudi Arabia now. And Israel.
Yeah, well,
doesn't it bother people?
Iran? During the ceasefire, the Houthis, they stopped shooting at even Israeli ships.
How do we get to it?
Yeah. How can we get to Iran? That's exactly what this is.
Yeah.
So maybe a submarine goes down. Maybe it doesn't come up.
Oh, wait. How do we
get
to war with Iran?
Is enough to ignite some sort of war. Maybe a false pretext of Iran having nuclear weapons, even though it goes against the intelligence assessment, would be another way to initiate some conflict, some escalation in the surrounding Iran. But increase its funding, not cut any funding, which is, of course, the first thing that Dodge should investigate. And so, yeah. Let's take a look at Trump, what he said.
I was disappointed in a certain way. Some of the things that were said over the last day or two having to do with Zelensky, because when he considers Zelensky not credible, he's supposed to be making a deal with him, whether you like him or you don't like him. So I wasn't happy with that. But I think he's going to be good. And I think Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems. We made a deal on rare earth. And now he's saying, well, you know, I want to renegotiate the deal. He wants to be a member of NATO. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. So if he's looking to renegotiate the deal, he's got big problems.
So yeah, the main thing is taking I don't know even how many rare earth minerals there are in Ukraine. It's the estimates and the studies are all years old. They all stem back to the Soviet Union days, basically. And we don't have an accurate picture of exactly how much rare earth there is in Ukraine. So let's take a look at some propaganda from CNN surrounding
President Trump is not happy with Russian President Vladimir Putin, telling NBC News in a new interview this: I was very angry, pissed off when Putin started getting into Zelensky's credibility because that's not going in the right location. Donald Trump told NBC's Kristen Welker. And because of that, the president is now apparently threatening to retaliate against Putin in this way.
So more sanctions?
He says if
the Russians are not sanctioned enough.
Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I'm going to put secondary tariffs on oil, on all oil coming out of Russia. So what now? Joining us right now is a former
tariffs on countries that export Russian oil as well.
NATO Supreme Allied Commander Admiral James Stavridis. He's a partner at the Carlyle Group and serves on the board or advises or as an advisor for a handful of defense-related companies. He is also the author of the newly released book, The Admiral's Bookshelf. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So these are some of, I would say, Donald Trump's strongest words against Russia as we've been watching these negotiations kind of take place. What do you think of this?
Well, I find myself in agreement with President Trump. I'm pissed off at Vladimir Putin, too. So are 40 million Ukrainians, and so is any sensible person. We ought to be angry with Putin because he invaded Ukraine. So I'm happy to hear the President of the United States express real frustration. But, Kate, will this go on? Is this performative at some level? Does it mean that sotto voce, off stage, Steve Witkoff is saying to Putin, you got to get to the table, or is this just a performance for the media? We don't know yet. I certainly hope.
Yeah, this is obviously a fake show. I mean, I knew that because it's CNN. But let's take a look. There was another video right here, I believe, by the propaganda. I think it was MSNBC, right? The ones who perpetuated the Russia hoax for so long. Putin. This one, yeah.
He considers Zelensky not credible.
And just a short reminder, Zelensky, he did cancel an election. So technically he's not elected.
President Trump is apparently frustrated with the negotiations to end the war in Ukraine.
Forgive me, I have some connection issues.
This weekend, he told our own Kristen Welker that he was angry and, quote, pissed off at Russian President Vladimir Putin. But despite all that tough talk, Trump said that he still trusted Putin to keep his word Michael McFaul is here to discuss. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Russia, an MSNBC international affairs analyst. Ambassador,
It's absolutely terrible.
were you surprised to hear that from Trump? Do you believe him?
I was a little surprised because he very rarely criticizes Vladimir Putin. That goes back a decade. Happens every now and then, but not often. I think he's coming to realize that it's not going to be so easy to just have a peace agreement done in a day, right? Remember, he said that many, many times on the campaign trail. I can do this in a day. Well, it's taken more than that. And number two, I hope he's realizing that his negotiating strategy is not working. His negotiating strategy is to give Putin everything and to put pressure on the Ukrainians, and he thinks that's a way to get a deal. Now, I don't know, maybe that's how it works in business in New York City. You would know better than I, but I know that that doesn't work with Vladimir Putin, and I know it doesn't work in diplomacy generally. When you give concessions, Putin pockets them and asks for more. That's exactly what's been happening, and I think now that's why the president is getting frustrated.
It also doesn't work in business on planet Earth. Now, a Kremlin spokesperson said that they see the effort to end the war in Ukraine as a drawn-out process. And Putin is also planning to draft 160,000 more soldiers. What does that tell you about how committed they are to a peace process?
I've never been convinced that Putin wants a peace agreement until he can no longer march to west on the battlefield. And by the way, that happens generally in wars. They either end, one side wins, or there's a stalemate on the battlefield. Right now, you have Putin thinks he's winning. Putin wants to conquer the territories that he's already annexed on paper. If you buy a map in Russia today, 4 of the territories, regions of Ukraine are part of the Russian Federation, but on the ground, he doesn't control them. So I've seen no evidence that he wants to stop.
Most of them, most of the territory of them.
Until at least he gets there. And the only way you're going to stop him is to stop him with military force. It's you've got to match.
Like Michael McFaul, they're still peddling the same old lies. Just briefly, let's take a look at what John Mearsheimer had to say. So John Mearsheimer, just like the experts I pulled out before, is some guy I listened to quite regularly and actually read some of his books, especially on the Israel lobby. That I actually wrote a paper on that in college. So yeah, this is John Mearsheimer. Let's take a look at John Mearsheimer and some real information, because this is just brain rot right here by the MSNBC crowd.
What does it take to end a war, and what happens if
to his menacing ways? The free world.
Go.
Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated.
Oh, how times have changed. Enter the self-proclaimed ultimate deal maker, Donald Trump. After more than 1,000 days of war, the White House has gone from viewing Vladimir Putin as a potential war criminal to a trusted counterpart.
I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President Putin?
I believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject.
The tone in Russia has changed too.
First contacts with the new US administration give certain hopes.
The new administration is rapidly changing all foreign policy configurations. This largely coincides with our vision.
As ceasefire talks continue, the refrain, "nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine," echoes time and time again. But as US backing appears to waver, it's uncertain.
Let's take a look at John Mearsheimer and his debate.
War and, of course. So, Professor Mearsheimer, let me ask you, is this a historic moment in this realignment, or is this just the fleeting whim of an unpredictable US president?
Donald Trump certainly is unpredictable in lots of ways, but I think this is, to use your language, a historical moment. I think there's no question that Trump has completely abandoned Joe Biden's policies on Ukraine and on Russia, and has adopted a policy or a set of policies that are the exact opposite. What he wants to do, first of all, is significantly improve relations between the United States and Russia. He wants the United States and Russia to have a rapprochement, to have friendly relations again. And this is the exact opposite of Biden. And furthermore, I think that Trump understands that the United States and the West more generally and Ukraine have lost in the war over Ukraine, and that it's time to cut a deal because there's no way the Americans can rescue the situation. What exactly a Russian victory looks like is hard to say, but I think that Trump and his principal advisors understand that the Russians are going to win, and it's better to cut a deal now rather than later. So the end result is you have this fundamentally different policy at play that I'm sure makes Sergei and the Russians happy, but makes the Europeans and many Americans very unhappy.
Sergei, what do you think about that?
Well, I'm not that happy as John assumes, because we could be stopped on our road to total victory over Europe and Ukraine. The fight is it used to be between us and the West. On the territory of Ukraine, Ukrainians were used as cannon fodder. President Trump, to the extent I understand him, is cutting losses. I agree with Professor Mearsheimer, with John. But President Biden, even before, started to withdraw. At first, 2 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, they were proclaiming a name of total victory over Russia. And then when they started to understand about a year and a half ago that they will not get a total victory, they will get either a total defeat and an Afghanistan-like fiasco or a nuclear war in Europe. Even at some point, some of the Biden officials even bluffed to the extent that if Russia uses nuclear weapons, which we do not want to use, there would be a total annihilation of Russian army by non-conventional forces. So then we send a signal that there will be a counter-strike on American bases. After that, they started to withdraw even before.
That's interesting, though, because I read an article.
They were still willing to continue, and even at the end of the Biden administration, they tried to provoke both Putin and Trump into another round, but both, I think, understood that they are not getting into that trap.
Do you think, though, that this is a historic moment for US-Russia relations, or did you always think this time would come?
Not yet, but it could be a turning point.
What would it take for it to get to that point?
It is a turning point, but we know also the correlation of forces within the United States, and we know that Trump is up to very strong opposition within American elite. He has to survive politically and physically, and also he could change his mind. But however, he is really willing to make America great again, and for that he has to withdraw from the war which America has been losing.
John, let me put that to you then. if Trump needs to withdraw from the war, he has been saying, as ceasefire talks are ongoing, that he can force through a peace deal. He doesn't seem to think that it's beyond the realm of possibilities that he can get this deal done. Do you think that Donald Trump specifically and the US has leverage over Russia?
No, I don't think the United States has much leverage at all. In fact, I think it has zero leverage. And that's why I wouldn't use the word that force. I don't think Trump can force a deal. I think that Trump can negotiate a deal with the Russians. And I think that they can work out a deal. It's not 100% guaranteed, as Sergei was saying, but I think they can work out a deal that would end the war if the Ukrainians and the Europeans agreed. So getting the Russians and the Americans to agree is just the first step. And in a way, that's the easy step. The more difficult step will be getting the Europeans and especially the Ukrainians.
That is accurate. I think there's a lot of holdouts in Europe that really want to ramp up still the tensions with Russia. The Brits are particularly hawkish on it all. Covered that, I believe I did. But yeah, and particularly even the French and Macron, which who has a Napoleon complex. I mean, he's just a puppet. He's essentially a Rothschild banker, former Rothschild banker. But yeah, they are much more hawkish on Russia than, for example, the United States right now.
To agree to the deal. And it's necessary to get everybody in agreement on what the deal is for it to produce lasting peace.
We're absolutely going to turn to Europe shortly, but I want to stay focused on US and Russia first and ask you, Professor Karaganov, the former Putin advisor Sergei Markov told the BBC shortly after those ceasefire talks began between the US and Ukraine in Saudi Arabia, he said that US President Joe Biden was just an enemy. Trump is a rival. How important is that distinction?
We shall see. I'm not commenting on the views of my colleagues. I think that the United States could be a friendly rival, hopefully. If Trump succeeds, the United States will be a strong rival. But it will be run, hopefully, if and when the group which is around Biden, I mean, the more or less realistic group takes over. It will be a predictable rival. It will be a rival with whom one could deal. And it will be, I would say, a potential partner. But the rival will be there, obviously, and we do not think that, I mean, we could get into detente. All the more that the previous detente, full detente, was a total failure in the end.
John, what do you think? Can Russia and the US be friendly rivals? Can there be some form of a partnership?
I think they can be friendly rivals. My view of international politics is that all great powers are rivals with each other. The question is, how intense is the rivalry? And the fact is that the United States is much more concerned about China than it is about Russia. And it has a deep-seated interest in treating Russia as a friendly rival. So I think you can get a friendly rivalry. But I would add two caveats to that. First is there is a huge amount of Russophobia in the West, including the United States, that will be hard to overcome. One cannot overestimate how much Russophobia there is independent of Trump. The second point is, I don't think the Russians can trust the United States after all that's happened since the Cold War ended. I think the United States has been remarkably aggressive towards Russia. It has been dishonest on a number of important issues like NATO expansion. And the end result is it's quite clear that Putin doesn't trust the West at all. And I don't blame Putin. It's not politically correct to say this in the West, but I think it is accurate. So you're going to have a high level of distrust from the Russian side and a lot of Russophobia from the American side. And the end result is it's going to take some work to have a friendly rivalry.
I also want to ask you, Professor Mearsheimer, so much of America's foreign policy has been shaped by this unseen moral and ethical imperative to be the upstanding country, to be on this side of Europe over all others. Are those days over?
To some extent they are, but I think that during the unipolar moment when the United States was the only great power on the planet, we were able to pursue a liberal foreign policy where we tried to shove our liberal values down the throats of other countries. The United States, during the unipolar moment, basically became a crusader state, and we were trying to spread liberalism all over the planet. It did not work out very well. We created a huge number of disasters. We got involved in the forever wars. And then more importantly, great power politics came back when Putin resurrected Russian power and Russia once again became a great power. And when China, which continued to grow economically in the 1990s and early 2000s, also became a great power. So great power politics are now back on the table. And when great power politics are back in an important way, that means that liberal values are not going to matter very much in American foreign policy. So I think the liberal side of the American foreign policy agenda has been badly weakened.
Before we move on to Europe, Professor Karaganov, I want to circle back to something that Professor Mearsheimer said earlier, and that is he doesn't know what victory in Ukraine looks like. In an interview that you yourself did with New Statesman not too long ago, you said, I don't think that even if we conquered all of Ukraine and all the military forces of Ukraine surrendered, it would be a victory because then we would be left with the burden of a devastated country. So what does Russia want? What does victory in Ukraine look like?
Crushing the will or the moral spine of Europe, of Europeans, who are driving for the third time in the last 100 years plus the world towards a third world war. They are desperate, they're insane, and they are the real threat. We do not want to take all of Ukraine back, God forbid. It has been a burden on Soviet shoulders, the biggest burden in terms of volumes of subsidies. No, thank you. Also, but I think we shall reunite with proper Russian provinces, and then we would like to have, total demilitarized and a neutralized buffer zone out of. But the problem is not Ukraine. The problem is that European elites which anyway are moving towards Europe, as I understand, which are desperate, which have lost everything which they have stood for, are driving their countries towards a big war. What is happening in Europe is unbelievable. It is worse than the period not only prior to 1914, the First World War. It is worse than the period prior to Second World War. I am also a historian, of course, not of the same quality of Professor Mearsheimer, but I know history. The anti-Russian hysteria there is worse than in Hitler's Germany.
All right, you referenced Europe, so let's move on to that. This foreign policy shift that we've seen from the US seems to have caught Europe off guard. and it's left it slightly exposed, to say the least. Only now is the bloc seriously convening summits and meetings about defence and security options, some 3 years into the conflict. Numerous EU officials have spoken about a European nuclear umbrella to deter Russia. Now, I know that that is a question we're going to get you on, Sergei, in a moment. But first of all, Professor Mearsheimer, let me ask you, Europe appears to be coming to terms with the fact that it may have to go it alone. Is the US effectively heralding the end of the NATO alliance?
Well, let me just say that I'm uncomfortable talking about Europe like it's a single country. Europe is a collection of countries. And one of the principal reasons that European elites have been able to agree so much in the past, and one of the reasons that people are able to talk about Europe like it's a unified country, is because the United States has been present in Europe and it has kept the peace. I refer to it, and others do, as the American pacifier. And that mainly comes in the form of NATO. But what's happening now is that Trump has made it clear that he has contempt for the Europeans, he has little use for NATO, and he at least wants to greatly reduce the American presence in Europe, if not eliminate it. I'm not saying that will happen, but there's no question that the United States presence in Europe is going to decrease, and Trump is going to turn more responsibility for running Europe over to the Europeans. And what you're going to see happen here is that the Europeans are going to fight with each other. You're going to see that separate countries have separate interests, and they no longer have the United States to solve the collective action problems. So I think that Europe, these European countries, are not going to be much of a problem for the Russians moving forward. There'll be something of a problem, but the fact that they will not be able to coordinate like they have in the past will greatly reduce their effectiveness at causing trouble for Russia. And furthermore, I think, to get to the specifics of your question, I think NATO is in real trouble. And whether it disappears or not, it will never be the same alliance that it has been up to now.
Europe, you are obviously correct. It's a collective of about, 27 odd countries, but they seem to be speaking with more of one voice these days than perhaps they have in the past. Is it not the case that perhaps with the US abandoning its traditional alliances, it's forcing Europe to become stronger together?
I'd just say very quickly, no, the exact opposite. You're going to have huge collective action problems, right? And the United States solved those collective action problems in large part. And the second point I would make, and I would be curious to know what Sergei thinks about this. I do not think Russia is a serious threat to overrun all of Ukraine, much less overrun all of Europe. And I think most Europeans, at least most people in the public, understand that Russia is not a great threat. So you don't have an external threat that can hold the Europeans together, that can solve the centrifugal force problem. So I think if you take away the Americans and you don't have a serious Russian threat to Europe, the Europeans are going to squabble among themselves.
Sergei?
Totally agree. But yeah, I think that's enough about Russia-Ukraine for now. I wanted to take a look at the psyops that the Donald Trump administration is now inflicting on the people, and I would say that the whole administration is a giant psyop for the large part, because you can see by the personnel that they have in the administration. But let's take a look at this actually amazing video by Anomaly, and his stance on basically Donald Trump being the Israel First administration. And yeah, I mean, he hit the nail on the head right here. We'll cover this. We'll cover the Israel First being first. And then we'll cover Trump and the tech oligarchy and all of that fiasco, and how he's going to lead us to transhumanism as well. So this is for now just Israel. Let's take a look.
Prejudice. It is a contemporary crisis manifesting on campuses across the nation.
So that's
It is
some guy saying that anti-Semitism is a crisis, and that that in order to fight anti-Semitism, it's not enough to not be anti-Semitic. It's standing up towards anti-Semitism.
It is not enough for individuals or institutions to merely claim they are not anti-Semitic. As my father once taught me, it is not enough for people, especially public figures, to be neutral or not be anti-Semitic. One must be anti-Semitic. We must demand the same of our universities and government institutions.
One must be anti-Semitic. Where have we heard this before? That sounds like a BLM style black activist talking point, that it's not enough to not be racist. You have to be anti-racist or anti-racist in order to fight the racism. There's a lot to deep dive on today, but really I want to talk about an overarching theme, which is I believe there is lockdown level deception going on. And what I mean by that is during the lockdowns, of course, you had the Democrats going crazy. Of course, you had the mainstream media going crazy. And if you're conservative leaning or libertarian leaning, you're always having to basically argue with the left and the mainstream media. But when certain things happen and things get so crazy, and there's the CARES Act and Operation Warp Speed and Trump, you think Trump's fighting China or the Democrats, a lot of people who like Trump naturally want to rush to his defense and start.
Yes, so Operation Warp Speed, that's a huge crime committed by Trump. Basically, he, quick rolled the whole vaccine story and all that. So that is something that he supported, and he should never be forgiven for that. Of course, I mean that's just another example of how no matter who's in power, it doesn't really matter. They're all obedient to the overall larger agendas.
Trying to figure out like why it's okay what he's doing instead of really trying to look at the big picture. And I believe that's how our democracy and uniparty constantly tricks us, is by forcing us into situations where instead of looking at what's really going on and saying yes or no, we end up just making up narratives in order to defend our side. And it's really, not working for our country. So I have a lot of stuff to show you. I have clips, articles, people that you probably think are more reasonable than me, maybe, perhaps, if you think I'm crazy, or I don't really know. Hopefully my audience doesn't think that. But what I'm saying is I have a great presentation today, and I hope you guys stay tuned. Give me a thumbs up in the chat. This is the first time I did this setup, so hopefully everything sounds and looks good. Dream Rare Podcast starts now.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast.
It is not enough for individuals or institutions to merely claim they are not anti-Semitic. As my father once taught me, it is not enough for people, especially public figures, to be neutral or not be anti-Semitic. One must be anti-Semitic. We must demand the same of our universities and government institutions. This hearing, in my opinion, is an attempt to be just that, anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism.
All right, so this term anti-Semitic is almost identical to what people were making fun of this black activist Ibram Kendi for saying. I'm going to just show you real quick. Ibram Kendi was always saying it's not enough to be not racist, you have to be anti-racist. He wrote a book about it and said that anti-racism is important. Like you're basically complicit if you're not anti-racist, even if you're not racist yourself. And for saying that, Ibram X. Kendi, some sort of left-wing black activist, he got smeared by Republicans for 4 years. He was the laughingstock of the Republican movement and conservative media, I think rightfully so, for just being so ridiculous. And they're like, this is crazy. It's such an overreach to just like constantly police racism by policing, like getting mad at people that aren't racist because they're not fighting it enough. It's like, what does that even mean? So now the same thing is happening for the Jewish ethnicity, Judaism, and Israel, because the anti-Semitism rules apply to all three of those. It can apply to non-religious people, to ethnic people, or to the state of Israel. So this is the important part about why I'm bringing this up. It's not random. Of course, it wasn't government. It wasn't Senate. They're trying to pass, and they have been passing in America, the IHRA anti-Semitism rules and laws. And I'm going to show you Matt Walsh explaining them, because he's definitely On this topic, I think he has, I wouldn't say more credibility. He absolutely doesn't have more credibility than me. I do. But, when it comes to like, anomalies just being hateful, like Matt Walsh, I don't think people on the right that are pro-Israel and that like Ben Shapiro, they see Matt Walsh as more moderate on this topic because he doesn't talk about it that much. But even he realizes that this is wrong. So, of course, the anti-racist or whatever, or anti-Semitic rabbi is pushing for the IHRA anti-Semitism rules into America because this is the hidden hand essentially behind everything's anti-Semitic. And then people on Fox News and they're like, yeah, we got to fight the anti-Semitism. And everyone thinks they're just going to deport like terrorists on a college campus. That's not what they're trying to do. That's not what they're doing. I'll prove it in this live stream. But here's what they really want: the IHRA anti-Semitism laws to be passed into America and pushed as hard as the government's willing to push it.
The federal government must take urgent steps to address this crisis. The anticipated passage of the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act is a crucial measure that will help define and combat anti-Semitism in educational institutions. The adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is another necessary.
They raised hysteria about university protests, pro-Palestine university protests, and Ron DeSantis came out and says free speech doesn't exist anymore regarding this issue. Basically, yeah, that's what they want. That's what the Israel lobby wants. They want to be completely free of criticism, because of course the United States has been largely engaged in the whole proxy wars against Iran throughout the last 30 years on the behest of Israel. And Israel has been getting away scot-free, stealing nuclear secrets from the United States, as it's pretty much proven, and actually even attacking the United States ship called the USS Liberty, by mistake, in quotation marks, right? It's not what happened by mistake. Of course, the USS Liberty incident, you should read up on that and that whole process. They marked themselves on several occasions as being a U.S. Navy surveillance vessel. So there was no mistake for the Israeli aircraft that attacked it and ships that attacked it to, they clearly identified what flag they were flying under. So we'll have that. We cannot be able to talk about those sort of stories regarding Israel, regarding that Middle Eastern nation, right? And you will not be allowed to talk about the genocide in Gaza. Of course not. And of course, if you are on college campuses, you will be kicked out. Essentially, especially if you're a foreign student, as we saw with a recent case of I think it's Columbia University, where a student basically is going to face deportation because of his stance against Israel.
Step as it provides a clear framework for recognizing and addressing anti-Semitic incidents. Without these defining developments, universities and administrators will continue to exploit loopholes to avoid taking real action. Moreover, federal authorities must demand a safe learning environment for all students, including Jewish students. Universities that tolerate anti-Semitic harassment should face real consequences.
So a lot of people will agree with what he said at the last part. Like, of course, you don't want people to harass other people. I agree. But he slipped in there the IHRA. He said the IRA or the IHRA. And
also, universities should face, fines if they allow discrimination, insults, or whatever, the hate speech against Israel, Jews, whatever. It's loosely defined. Those anti-Semitism laws, they're loosely defined, and pretty much anything can be thrown under the label of anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitism rules, which has already been passed into most American states. There's a list of it. I think it's over 30 now. It's been passed into a lot of universities. Trump is actually sending a letter, his administration, to Columbia and the other universities saying, you have to adopt the IHRA anti-Semitism definition. It's been adopted by dozens of European countries. You go places in Brazil, it's been adopted. Australia, been adopted. Canada, it's been adopted. The UK, it's been adopted. Germany, it's been adopted. It's literally creepy how many places in the world have adopted this exact definition, because it kind of shows you that there's a global push to pass the same hate speech framework all around the world, and it's not different at all. And apparently, Donald Trump, Chuck Schumer, Brazil, I mean, close your eyes, think of a country, name it, and the chances are that they've passed the exact IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. It's really bizarre, especially when Republicans are claiming that they don't want to end up like Europe with all these hate speech phrases and policing. It's exactly what not only the Democrats are doing, but the Republicans are doing. Here's the thing, and I'm going to show you proof in a second. When Republicans do it, from 2019 to maybe 2018 is when it started, but it really started, Trump, DeSantis started pushing them in 2019. There was really essentially a Republican media cover-up. Like, nobody wanted to talk about it. Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk ran around the country basically smearing everybody who was talking about it as an anti-Semite and a far-right extremist. I know I got blacklisted from Republican media. I had friends at companies, I'm not going to name them, but this is like 5-6 years ago. A lot of them aren't even working for them anymore, but they were like, dude, they're calling you far right. They're saying I shouldn't have you on my show. And I was like, why? I'm nicer than everybody at your corporation. Like, why would they be calling me that? And he's like, oh, because of what you tweeted. I was like, what did I tweet? Oh, I was like, oh, about the speech law. So Republicans have been covering this up in Republican press. It's really Zionist media, but Republican media, cover up for like 4 years. And then when Biden started passing them, then Matt Walsh and all these Charlie Kirk type people were like, oh, wow, this is a problem. This is against the First Amendment. This is hate speech rules. And they tried to pitch it to their audiences as if this was some brand new thing that Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer were orchestrating, when in reality, it's a bipartisan thing. It's being passed all around the world. And Trump and DeSantis did it first. Here's Matt Walsh explaining it, because he looked at all the rules and he reads them aloud. So I'm going to break this into 3 clips, but Matt Walsh can explain it just so you have another perspective. And it's not just me making this stuff up. It's real and it's happening all over the country.
As we talked about yesterday, if you go to the IHRA website to find out what their definition of anti-Semitism is, the first glance won't be very shocking. According to its definition, anti-Semitism is basically hatred of Jews. That makes sense. The trouble really starts, however, when you scroll down the page a bit and you get to examples of anti-Semitism that this cadre of foreign governments has provided. And there you'll find a number of examples which will have the force of law under this bill.
So Matt Walsh was like, yeah, it would make sense to police anti-Semitism. Until I started reading what it was, Matt Walsh came to the conclusion that it is hate speech phrases that the force of law will be using to try to police in America, which is already happening now. Donald Trump is using the college campus expulsion or deportation kind of as a smokescreen. Yes, he's doing that, but he's going further and further and further. And it's not just like he's like, let me find a terrorist on a college campus. He's telling Columbia, adopt these laws. These are the hate speech laws. These are the hate speech rules. If you don't adopt them, you're in trouble. So Trump is using the weight of the government to try to force American universities to police hate speech for one race, one religion, and one foreign country. Matt Walsh will explain it even more thoroughly into what the laws are.
Including the following. Quote, these are all examples of anti-Semitism. Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist.
Sorry, it's freezing on me. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if it's working. I'm going to just play the clip again. It started freezing on me. I'm not sure why.
Including the following. Quote, these are all examples of anti-Semitism. Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Applying double standards by requiring of it behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, e.g. claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel, to characterize Israel or Israelis.
Here's the last clip of Matt explaining why he disagrees with these being passed as basically hate speech rules or laws in the United States of America. Here's the clip.
Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis, holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the state of Israel. Now, there are a number of very serious problems here. The first is that most of these examples of anti-Semitism, statements that the bill would legally classify as hate speech against Jews, are actually criticisms of the Israeli government. And whether you think the criticisms are fair or not, whether you think they're true or not, it should go without saying that American citizens have the right in any and all contexts to criticize foreign governments in whatever way and using whatever language they want.
Whatever you might think of, what's his name? Forget his name. This guy, the guy before, I mean, I think he's controlled the opposition to some degree, but he is actually hitting the nail on the head right here. Absolutely, it's unacceptable for, foreign governments essentially to police free speech on the United States, because a lot of these criticisms are actually, or so-called hate speeches, are actually just legitimate criticisms of the Israeli government, and essentially you're not allowed to criticize the Israeli government. It's not about anti-Semitism.
So Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk were talking about this during the Biden administration. That's where that video is from. But like I'm explaining to my audience, this is the truth. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism was first passed into America in 2018 in South Carolina, I think. Then in 2019, DeSantis passed it into Florida. He actually flew to Israel with Randy Fine, who Trump is saying is an America First patriot. He's not. Trump's lying. But they flew to Israel and passed that anti-Semitism bill into Florida. And it's the first bill ever passed for Florida on a foreign land. Like usually in Florida, they pass their bills in America, but DeSantis flew with Randy Fine to Israel to pass this into Florida in 2019, and I got blacklisted for reporting on it. Trump passed this through executive order in 2019. I got blacklisted for reporting it. And it's been passed by Sarah Huckabee Sanders. It's been passed by Governor Kemp. It's been passed by Glenn Youngkin. It's been passed by almost every Republican state. This is I'm grateful that Matt Walsh talked about it in like 2023 or 2024, but he's almost trying to tell his audience that this is this new thing that's happening. And it's like, whoa, where did this come from? I don't believe these people didn't know this for 4 or 5 years. And now that Trump is doing it on college campuses, he's trying to force the colleges to adopt that definition that includes biblical discussion. Matt Gaetz figured this out, and he said this makes the gospel anti-Semitism. He's like, I'm a Christian. I don't agree with this. Guess what happened to Matt Walsh? He got called an anti-Semite. He got called a denier of historical events, even though he doesn't. And Matt Walsh got replaced by, Matt Gaetz got replaced by Pam Bondi. I'm not saying that's the only reason he got replaced, but I find it really weird that out of Trump's ultra-Zionist cabinet that pushes these IHRA anti-Semitism rules, they almost all do. They're all like Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, etc. He had like one person in his whole cabinet that doesn't play ball, and they got replaced by someone who does play ball. Someone like RFK Jr., hopefully do, but, he works at the HHS. That's a great place to talk about food, drugs, healthcare that affects everybody. Jewish, Christian, Asian, white, black, whatever. It's like everybody deals with the problems of the Food and Drug Administration in America, and the HHS and the lack thereof. I think the government collaboration with the pharmaceutical industry and the agriculture industry, that was a perfect time for, one of Trump's cabinet members to not focus on anti-Semitism, but even the HHS is policing anti-Semitism. And of course, if, Bobby's in the government now, the official government definition of anti-Semitism is what Matt Walsh just read to you. So that's what he's really policing. And it's like, why would Health and Human Services be policing hate speech for one race, one religion, and one foreign country that quashes criticism of a foreign country, that basically makes you establish loyalty to a foreign country, or else you get called an anti-Semite, and one that includes the word Jesus that makes biblical discussion and conversation anti-Semitic? It's Christians are getting tricked into deeming their own Bible and biblical discussion as hate speech, and they don't even realize it because they've been psyop for like 30 years on this topic. And Bobby Kennedy has to police it, because now HHS is going so far that they're saying it's like a public health crisis, in the same way Obama would say racism is a health crisis and use it to weaponize governments to police hate speech. So
that we should do it around the hate speech part, I believe. Let's take a look. I mean, this is a 2-hour video, but he did make a lot of good points.
Said, I mean, I'll play the clip again. He seems to be pro-Israel. I think, to be honest, if I'm going to be honest, I think that Matt Walsh holds back a lot because he doesn't want to get Candace Owens. I read an op-ed that Matt Walsh wrote before he went to Daily Wire. He used to go harder than me on this topic. There was like, before I was even in politics, Matt Walsh noticed that anybody that questioned the Israel lobby got called an anti-Semite, and he wrote a brutal, very Matt Walsh-esque piece about it, just explaining how much control the Jewish lobby has, or the Israeli lobby. Like, and I don't want to put words into his mouth, but like, he wrote a brutal, very, very harsh piece about like, this is ridiculous. Like, obviously something weird's going on in America. Now he has to like tiptoe around it because he doesn't want to get Candace Owens. It's the unwritten rule in Republican politics. If you want to go on Fox News, you have to lie to the public about this. If you want to tell the truth about this, you're probably not going to be invited back on. You're going to get Tucker Carlson, you're going to get Candace Owens, and they'll replace you with some empty, soulless person that the execs think is attractive enough to put their face on television, and they'll just get tokens of each race and religion to just say the standard GOP talking points, so nobody realizes that this is going on. But let's listen to why Matt disagrees with it, and he's totally right here, by the way. But there's only so much you could really say about it when you're attached to certain networks.
Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis, holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the State of Israel. Now, there are a number of very serious problems here. The first is that most of these examples of anti-Semitism, statements that the bill would legally classify as hate speech against Jews, are actually criticisms of the Israeli government. And whether you think the criticisms are fair or not, whether you think they're true or not, it should go without saying that American citizens have the right in any and all contexts to criticize foreign governments in whatever way and using whatever language they want.
Now that we know Matt thinks this, is he going to call out the Trump administration? Once again, this opinion that Matt has that he just randomly brought up in 2024 or 2023, I think it's 2024, Trump's passed it through executive order in 2019. DeSantis passed it, Kemp passed it, Youngkin passed it, Schumer passed it, Hochul passed it. Like, it's being passed all over the country, and Trump is currently using it now to try to push college universities to adopt that definition that Matt disagrees with. Will he speak up about it, or will he not? We'll see.
Let's continue at the end. I think he talks a bit about the overall support for Israel, which is, of course, tremendous. And given that the Mira Mendelssohn and other pro-Zionist oligarchs have spent millions of dollars on Trump's campaign, I think it's to no surprise that he is such a Israel first guy, of course.
It's annoying. I think once people have their own narrative and their own ideas and bring that to the GOP, that's how stuff changes. A good example of that is Bobby Kennedy. Even though he's shilling on some other stuff, because he stayed to what he knew about food and drugs, like he made that a part of the national conversation. I always cared about it, so I was glad when he did that, but he stuck to what he was good at. Like, he didn't follow Donald Trump, and Trump yelled at him and whatever, and the left got mad at him, but he stuck to a narrative that he knew made sense, that wasn't popular, and he helped make it popular among a lot of people who didn't know about it already, right? So that's why a lot of us still like Bobby Kennedy, even though he's being fake and annoying. And a lot of people like Trump too, but this is just the reality of the situation. It's like, that's how you change the country. We'll see if he can actually do it now that he has a position. Push your narrative, don't be a slave to the left-right paradigm narrative that's never changing. Like, that's my narrative. I'm like, New York City sucks. Los Angeles sucks. Our cities are embarrassing. And the best we're ever going to get is Republicans being like, well, that's a Democrat city. Democrats being like, well, that's in a Republican state like New Orleans. And somehow they have the power to go on liberal universities and liberal college campus and deport non-criminal green card holders for op-eds about Israel. But they just somehow don't have the power to fix the other places, So
Yes.
It's not a blame of my party. It's just like a reality of like, they're no Bukele. They're not fixing their country. They're basically just slowing the decline and, making a show out of it, making a, like, here's Dan Bongino, Patriots. It's like, I heard the other day that Mike Lindell's phone got taken by the FBI and James O'Keefe's phone got taken by the FBI. I'm not saying it's Dan Bongino's fault or Kash Patel's fault. I like Kash Patel. He seems like a nice guy, but it's like, why don't they have their phones returned? Like how hard is it to get a citizen's phone back that was stolen by the FBI? Like at what point are we going to do that? Or is it just going to be a series of tweets like, today's a bad day for the bad guys? Okay. And I think the FBI cracked down on crime under Biden too. Like, they don't announce it as well as Republicans do, but it's not like they were doing nothing the whole time. I appreciate the changes that they think they're making, but I don't even know what they're going to make. Are they going to crack down on criminals, or are they going to crack down on who they consider anti-Semites, which is like everybody, because the rules apply to everybody. Trump breaks the anti-Semitism rules all the time. He constantly talks about loyalty to Israel, or he says, why do Democrat Jewish people not vote for Republicans? Why don't they like Israel? It's like, are you saying that every Jew in America has to like Israel? That's anti-Semitism according to the IHRA laws, because you're not allowed to say that they have loyalty to Israel, or suppose that they have loyalty to Israel, or to force them to have loyalty to Israel. Why would
there's some sort of dual loyalty sometimes going on?
Would an American president try to force somebody to have loyalty to a foreign country? Not only is it ridiculous, but it also breaks the rules that Trump is passing himself. So it's like, is the FBI even going after the bad guys? Yeah, of course, a little bit. The criminals, sure. But it's like the HHS, the FBI, the DHS, the Trump administration, ICE, they're all policing hate for, which is
exactly what they blame the liberals so for. Oh, yeah. I mean, just a other example of this being all a huge psyop and essentially just a switch in the left-right paradigm game as well, because you had such an abysmal Biden administration before. Now they come in with the antithesis, which is the Trump administration, and I mean, all of his actions around the globe are sowing chaos. The stock market is in shambles, for example. But let's take a look at AI oligarchy and the death of MAGA. I think this is the best video I will cover today in this stream. It's a pity that we're just looking at videos and not at articles, but I mean, it's a long stream, and I think these videos are on point. Some of them are on point. So let's take a look at AI oligarchy and the death of MAGA. After one commercial, maybe I can skip it. Yes. No. And afterwards, I want to end up with a clip of James Corbett from the Corbett Report, and about how this is also about just AI oligarchy, tech oligarchy, transhumanism.
Isn't neutral. It affects how we interact, how we think, but part of that is down to who controls it. Technology is always subject to human will. As MAGA betrays its base and emerges into its terrible final form, transitioning from apparent populism to big tech oligarchic state capture, it's worth interrogating the logic behind the project of our AI overlords. To begin with, we can look at the reason for treating AI and AGI's development as a matter of state policy. More specifically, the reason for the US government's adoption of a particular conception of AI as requiring the concentration of economic power. The whole rationale is laid out in the 2021 National Security Commission on AI, the final report. Competitiveness and indeed national security depends on predictive models, which depend on large data sets, which depend on a large user base. From the report, quote, "The country's companies and researchers that win the AI competition in computing, data, talent, and commercialization will be positioned to win a much larger game. In essence, more and better data fed by a larger consumer/participant base produced better algorithms, which produce better results, which in turn produces more users, more data, and better performance, until ultimately fewer companies will become entrenched as the dominant platforms. More data, fewer companies. If China's firms win these competitions, it will not only disadvantage US commercial firms, it will also create the digital foundation for a geopolitical challenge of the United States and its allies. End quote. Therefore, it follows that for reasons of national competitiveness, the state should work to get people to use its country's AI services. Of course, all that data must go to one place in order to train and retrain on ever new data. We need monopolies, centralization, and since our models improve the more people use them regularly, we benefit from citizens and foreigners feeding the centralized data crunchers alike. So we need transnational integration, globalization. Particularly pernicious here is an incentive to increase not only the scope, but also the intensity of data gathering. For example, through surveillance technologies in order to stay on top.
By the way, and the camera's always on. You don't turn it on and off. And by the way you turn it on, you can't turn it on. I'm going to the bathroom. Oracle, I need 2 minutes to take a bathroom break, and we'll turn it off. The truth is, we don't really turn it off. What we do is we record it so no one can see it, but no one can get into that recording without a court order. So you get the privacy you requested, but a court order, if you get a court order, we will, judge, can order, I want to look at that, this so-called bathroom break. If something comes up, and plus I'm going to lunch with my friends. Oracle, I need an hour for privacy with lunch with my friends. God bless. We won't listen in unless there's a court order. But it's interesting. But we transmit the video back to headquarters. So headquarters and AI is constantly monitoring the video. Remember this terrible case in Memphis where the 5 police officers basically beat to death another citizen in Memphis? Well, that can't happen because it would be on TV. It'd be on TV at headquarters. Everyone would see it. Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
By virtue of the intractable laws of the market and pragmatic reasons in the age of AI, MAGA must shed whatever localism or pro-startup vision it may have harbored in favor of centralization, just as, more subtly, it will eventually have to shed its nationalism, or supposed nationalism, in favor of a new globalism. But this was already obvious from the H-1B controversy and Trump explicitly supporting increased legal migration. We can think of this understanding.
Exactly. That's a very well said and articulated point right there. So essentially, they're just gonna lead us in the way of transhumanism and globalism, just in a different way.
Of AI as treating the technology like an engine. You might have a better engine than me initially, but if it runs on gas and I own larger supplies of gas, I will eventually overtake you. Gas being data and users. Concretely, the above translates into Trump's project Stargate to fund this sector. Beyond this, ChatGPT Gov is set to be
somebody's mentioning it. So all of these AI platforms, yes, they are part of it.
Adopted by government agencies across the US, including for the handling of sensitive information. Quote, we believe this structure will expedite.
And I think ChatGPT is owned by, a certain ethnicity of oligarchs. So it's OpenAI, of course. OpenAI is, of course, John Schulen, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, of course, Sam Altman, he was in the video before. So, Sam Altman. If you ask ChatGPT certain questions about Israel, he will not tell you, the same things. In Europe, except migrants, for example. So yeah, here we go. That's what he's saying. should Israel so actually he answered that objectively, but I think it depends on how you phrase it. Let's take a look at
internal authorization of OpenAI's tools for the handling of non-public sensitive data, end quote. OpenAI has also reached an arrangement for national labs to use its software such that it will potentially have access to weapons and disease-related data as well. Altman's company is of course famously committed to developing artificial general intelligence, AGI, to which end this vastly expanded scope of access of data will be directed. So a real enmeshing of private, non-open source AI into public state functions is taking place. Apart from the final report I just cited, Alex Karp's recent 2025 letter to Palantir's stakeholders and his book The Technological Republic, authored with Nicholas Zamiska, are also important in understanding the present project for America and the West in general. Alex Karp is a big player in this sector. Essentially, the Technological Republic argues that liberal values will not survive without the US as a bulwark. Silicon Valley idealism should return to its original vision precisely by allying with, and even, we suspect, taking the helm of, state power, rather than wasting time competing for market share for this or that frivolous social.
essentially a corporatocracy. Sort of, Trump was already talking about freedom cities, so-called, city states almost that will have, favorable tax rates for tech companies that will have total another coverage of all sectors of life with these new technologies, total another surveillance, of course, coming with it. Basically, imagine Night City from Cyberpunk 2077, but in real life, basically. That is what I think the tech oligarchs are getting at, and Trump is getting at when he's talking about freedom cities. Of course, that is just another word for smart cities.
Media app. Indeed, Karp has spoken openly about Palantir having a political orientation, for example, in stopping the far right in Europe.
Look, we built PG, which single-handedly stopped the rise of the far right in Europe. We built Foundry, which was used to distribute the COVID vaccine and saved millions of lives globally. It changes the market. And then the market is the Palantir market. Now, that doesn't mean everyone in the world is going to buy our product, but it means most of the sensible people in the world are going to buy from the category we defined.
Even if he means
That was Switzerland where he's talking.
This only in terms of stopping terrorist attacks that would have led to the rise of the far right, the fact that stopping terrorism is framed in terms of party political utility is important. It tells us what he's thinking. That Karp is now broadly aligned with the Trump White House gives the game away somewhat. In his letter to the shareholders, he writes, quote, "As Samuel Huntington has written, the rise of the West was not made possible by the superiority of its ideas or values or religion, but rather by its superiority in applying organized violence," end quote. So civilizational confrontation is the order of the day, but the civilization in question here isn't the traditional West. It's the reconstructed so-called technological republic. And we'll get into what he means by that. Support for the West with support for Israel's post-October 7 military operations. And indeed, the IDF war machine has utilized AI. So why does Karp speak of a reconstructed the IDF war?
In an unprecedented move, according to two of the sources, the army also declined during the first weeks of the war that for every junior Hamas operative that Lavender marked, it was permissible to kill up to 15 to 20 civilians in the past. The military did not authorize any collateral damage during assassinations of low-ranking militants. The source added that in the event that the target was a senior Hamas official with the rank of battalion or brigade commander, the army on several occasions authorized the killing of more than 100 civilians. So, Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza. Wow. So, AI, that's talking about dystopianism. AI basically calculating how much civilian casualties should be taken to kill, Hamas brigade or battalion commanders. That is really dystopian.
War Machine has utilized AI. So why does Karp speak of a reconstructed technological republic? Because, for him and his co-author, the US, quote, has always been a technological republic, one whose place in the world has been made possible and advanced by its capacity for innovation. It was a culture, one that cohered around a shared objective that won the last World War, and it will be a culture that wins or prevents the next one, end quote. Innovation.
This point of view is I haven't read the book The Technological Republic. I should read that one. I mean, I have two new books on my reading list. One would be about the JFK and Israel, of course, and now this one, The Technological Republic. Right now, I'm reading a book about the Israel law, which is really interesting. It is called Lobbying for Zionism by Ian Pape, and it is quite interesting. It's quite extensive, and it just really details how much. I mean, it's quite recent. The book is going up to 2022, 23, actually. It just gives you a whole overview of the extent of these Zionist organizations in, all of the economy basically and infiltrating it. So, I got about to page 100 so far. It's a long book. It has around 600 pages. But Lobbying for Zionism, great book. I can certainly recommend it. Um, so he goes into the whole ties of the Zionist establishment with the Dulles brothers, who of course were instrumental in the CIA OSS, and obviously John Foster Dulles being Secretary of State. Of course, James Jesus Angleton also gets mentioned in the book, um, and it really gives you a whole overview of uh, you know even the early part of the perhaps not so famous history of the roots of Zionism, right? Of the support of Zionism in the United States. And there's even a chapter on lobbying in post-war Britain, which is really interesting. And given how Britain is also pretty much on board with anything that Israel does, I mean it's quite obvious. So it's I mean I'm all over the place. I'm just highlighting what is in the book. They're talking about the American Jewish Congress and so on, and the early Zionist lobbying in the United States. So this is a quite fitting book, I would say. Yeah, the lobby. It's a great book. It's a great book. So I'm reading that one right now, but my reading list, I will definitely put the Technological Republic as well as the JFK book. But I wanted to say that this mirrors this Technological Republic. It does mirror the sort of vision of the New Atlantis by Sir Francis Bacon of the New World being supposed to be established as a enlightened sort of republic where essentially uh, you know reason and science would be uh, you know revealed and cultivated and essentially it would be a technological republic in some sort of sense. So this idea of this technological republic is nothing new, and it has reappeared throughout history in many different iterations, in many under many different phrases. So this is just a continuation of very old trains of thought. Of course, you can go back to Plato's Republic and the his uh, his statements that the there should be a society governed by a basically a group of specialists, technocrats, essentially, and also by sort of secret circles amongst those, you know, technocrats. So in his other book, he actually goes into detail how those meetings would occur by night as opposed to day. So of course, you have you have that idea of technocracy leading a society, a culture, and steering it into certain directions um, towards so-called progress. It's an old idea, and it goes back even to ancient Greek philosophers. I'm not an expert on that. I have read about a lot of books on it, but my expertise is really geopolitics and modern events, but also sort of history. But I'm not an expert on ancient Greek philosophy by any means. So just if I butchered something, please correct me in the comments.
Whose place in the world has been made possible and advanced by its capacity for innovation. It was a culture, one that cohered around a shared objective that won the last World War, and it will be a culture that wins or prevents the next one, end quote. Innovation and shared objectives define the kind of nationhood advocated for here, and the United States is imagined to be its paragon. Quote, no country in the history of humanity has done more than the United States, imperfect as it may be, to construct a nation in which membership means something more than a shallow appeal to ethnic or religious identity. Are we to abandon any attempt at building on and expanding that project? End quote. But the Tech Republic requires shared narratives, mythology, which the left has failed to provide. Quote, the reconstruction of a technological republic in the US and elsewhere will require a re-embrace of shared purpose and identity, end quote. So that, quote, it might have been just and necessary to dismantle the old order, we should now build something together in its place, end quote. And this is where the appeal for fellow techie liberal types to get on board with a quasi-conservative project comes in, and the authors do make valid points in that respect. My focus on thought is one of in the United States.
Values, conservative values such as freedom of speech and obviously constitutional values and all of that are going to get thrown out the window. I mean, you see it with the anti-Semitism laws being passed already. That obviously Donald Trump is not keen on certain types of free speech. Of course, he's getting rid of the DEI and all of that, but that is a minor thing in the big picture. Because for these tech oligarchs, it is exactly what he described here. They're not going to abandon the project of the United States. And this tech oligarchy project, essentially, the reconstruction of a technological republic in the US and elsewhere will require the re-embrace of shared purpose and identity. The left, so it might have been just and necessary to dismantle the old order. We should now build something together in its place. So Order of KO, the old motto, of course, a Freemasonic motto, but essentially taking advantage of these changes and crises. And because crises, they precipitate change. So, yeah, and offering a new vision, which, will get rid of some of the DEI division and all of that, but essentially will offer a transhumanist vision, for lack of a better term, in its place. I think that is what these tech oligarchs are aiming at for the recent future and for the future of the United States and also the world as a whole. So let's take a look at what else.
Build something together in its place, end quote. And this is where the appeal for fellow techie liberal types to get on board with a quasi-conservative project comes in, and the authors do make valid points in that respect. By focusing on market competition, tech companies have ended up involved in making advanced toys rather than meaningful innovation, whereas their true purpose should be to align with the state and hard power. Quote, this book owes its existence to Palantir, the radical suggestion to build technology that served the needs of U.S. defense and intelligence agencies instead of merely catering to the consumer, began with Peter Thiel, who sensed the diminishing ambition of Silicon Valley, end quote.
Here we have Alex Karp and Nicholas Zamiska in the Technological Republic. I gotta read that book. I mean, that's gonna be a really eye-opening book. Almost on the level of Homo Deus by the looks of it, by Yuval Noah Harari. But you can see that Palantir is primarily one tech company that is engaged in building technology for defense and intelligence agencies instead of merely catering to the consumer. So that's what Peter Thiel instituted. So again, these tech oligarchs, they're in no way trying to make the world a more, they're partnering with defense and intelligence agencies, and it's not because they're trying to make the world a better place, let me tell you that. So, yeah.
Indeed, Thiel and Karp got started with funding from In-Q-Tel, the CIA's venture arm.
Yes, they got started. Thiel got started by In-Q-Tel. I think I did cover it in some of my older videos. I'm not sure if those videos are still around, but I think you can find that. And I mean, it's just the fact that he was funded by In-Q-Tel, which is a CIA op.
Indeed, Thiel and Karp got started with funding from In-Q-Tel, the CIA's venture arm, in 2005, and Palantir Gotham, one of the company's principal services, works with intelligence agencies. So we might say that the strongest of the deep state's offspring, intelligence-connected big tech, has come home from the private sector to fuse again with its origin. This is the deep state explicitly occupying the state, far from...
Oh, yeah, exactly. And oh, this is so well said, I gotta play it again. So you thought that you got rid of the deep state when electing Trump? No, actually, you got just Palantir and Peter Thiel and so on to be swooped back in because they were essentially deep state CIA creations. And, no matter what the elected politician, the deep state is still going to be around and be able to control him. And the deep state is merging with big tech, and they have done so already. So that's no better exemplified by Palantir.
Agencies. So we might say that the strongest of the deep state's offspring, intelligence-connected...
The deep state's offspring, intelligence-connected tech agencies.
Big tech has come home from the private sector to fuse again with its origin.
It has come home to fuse again from the private sector to fuse again with its origin, which are the intelligence services and the government. So also what you have is a fusion of corporate and government power. That is why I call it the tech oligarchy. That's why, it's essentially a plutocracy based on, based on these giant tech companies that are the offspring of intelligence agencies.
This is the deep state explicitly occupying the state. Far from Spengler's Caesarism, or a return to the culture phase of Spengler, Trump's so-called golden age is a recrudescence of the civilization phase. That's where we could situate Karp's Tech Republic, not equivalent to the Roman Republic, but to Spengler's civilization phase. Paradoxically, Trump, who represented the...
If you want to applied to Spangler, I would say absolutely that is where you would put it.
Idea of draining the swamp and auditing the deep state may actually be presiding over the final phase of that entity's assimilation of governing institutions. That's the danger that working so.
So yeah, Dodge, perhaps just a Trojan horse of big tech to take over all of the government institutions because we saw that they're partnering up in creating software, AI software for all government institutions, basically. So yeah, this is not a liberation of the United States from the deep state. It is actually the offspring of the deep state intelligence agencies, and which are themselves deep state, such as Palantir and Peter Thiel. Due to their sheer amount of contacts with the government, they're just coming home to fuse again with the government, which they were obviously heavily funded by government agencies from the beginning. So this is what is happening. This is Dodge. While they do some good work regarding the cutting of US aid, for example, I think primarily their effort will be directed towards creating a corporate governmental sort of web that allows for total tech oligarchy, and that is essentially what the tech oligarchs are getting at here when they are doing things such as Dodge. It's not really about government waste and efficiency, it's about control. That is always what it has been about.
So closely with these companies poses, I would suggest. Karp describes himself as a progressive, so the perspective here seems to be that woke has gone too far, not necessarily in questioning gender or other stable identities, but in taking the emphasis off the state or the nation, understood as this innovation, economic competition machine. At the same time, the anti-woke reaction has now become too prominent not to make use of it, channeling it into favorable directions. That's the mainstream.
That's what they're doing. They're just channeling the anti-woke reaction. So it's a problem reaction solution slash thesis antithesis synthesis sort of scenario that we have here when you want to apply it to perhaps the Hegelian dialectic. So the liberalism, the sort of woke liberalism, for lack of a better term, it has gone so far that it has managed to have huge backlash in the overall population, and the backlash, which is the antithesis, which is sort of MAGA, that is just being channeled, to create outcomes favorable to the tech oligarchy. That is essentially what is happening. It's nothing more than we see happening right here.
Right's MO and siphon off frustration into support for a slightly earlier phase of the policies people are upset with. To put it cynically, if wokeness gets in the way of being competitive, if it produces too much pushback, the oligarchs recalibrate. They sell themselves as anti-woke and they push forward. Elon Musk's status as a special government employee, granting access to sensitive data without having to divest from private companies, represents the advent of Karp's technological republic. The same is true of David Sack.
It sounds quite familiar. It's the merger of the corporatocracy with government, and it's bordering to it's sort of a very similar idea towards Mussolini and fascist Italy, where you had a similar sort of concentration of wealth and power within government and private sectors acting as basically one entity. So that is also what you have sort of in the United States happening right now. So absolutely, big tech monopolies that are government supported, such as Tesla or Palantir, and are supported by agencies, right? Providing services to the military, for example, such as Tesla with Starlink. I mean, it's the future. It's the future of the economic system, and it has been like that in the past, also throughout the 20th century with fascism as well. So essentially, what you will have is corporate fascism, and of course, little mustache man, tiny mustache man in Germany, he also consolidated the power of industry and the power of the state, while obviously not getting rid of private property and so on, but essentially just putting in people loyal to the cause at the head of corporations, but essentially German foreign policy being directed by his inner circle, while of course the considerations of major conglomerates, industrial conglomerates back then, such as Rheinmetall or IG Farben, were always ever present in the decision-making process of him and his minions. So again, a sort of corporatocracy, sort of merger of state and private entities to form this big sort of blob of control essentially is what all these systems are aiming at, and it's a repeat of history. That is, I think, why Musk is always flirting with the sort of Nazi imagery. I mean, you saw a salute basically at the inauguration day and so on. So I believe that is why they're so infatuated with this whole aesthetic of fascism. So yeah, let's continue.
Sachs, who can act as AI czar while keeping his position in venture capital. Regarding the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, apart from cutting U.S. aid and rolling back obvious waste, which again has to do with competitiveness vis-a-vis China, since the Chinese
It's mainly about that, right?
development model is non-ideological and more attractive to the global south than the American one has been, we find that some of what Musk is doing.
Yes, I believe that is a big part. I think the sort of cutting and destruction of US aid has largely to do with it being inefficient in a global economic competition against China, because US aid always has strings attached to its economic corporation. So there was always some ideological, liberal, essentially. No, it wasn't a realist-oriented program. It was more a liberal from a political science perspective program. So absolutely, I think they are mainly cutting it to get rid of obvious waste so they can directly compete more against China. And I think they are just gonna new agencies are gonna pop up. They're gonna provide deals to third world countries and second world countries around the globe with no ideological strings attached. So again, this is going to be much more attractive to those countries than before, where some you know democratic values, or perhaps even you know values of gender equality were supposed to be promoted in those countries if US aid was to be implemented. So in that sort of sense, I absolutely agree here as well.
Is consistent with cementing economic power, targeting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, for example. In 2023, the CFPB forwarded.
That's what I said. It's not about like really targeting government waste. It's consolidating economic power in the hands of a couple of tech oligarchs. Essentially, that is what it is. And this is what you got with the Trump administration. It came in with a populist America First platform, when in fact they're gonna, be a technocratic party essentially, and they're gonna be Israel first, as we proved throughout this stream today.
4 million consumer complaints to companies and was apparently involved in resisting politically motivated debanking of persons, which should endear the agency to the MAGA base despite its origins in the Democratic Party. Of course, one may not trust the CFPB or note that it wasn't doing its job terribly well. On the other hand, one may support Dodge's mission in theory, I do as well, but there is something about the focus on a regulatory agency for banks, credit unions, securities, lenders, mortgage services, debt collectors, and the like, that should make us suspicious, because that's not the deep state. It does, however, dovetail with Musk's one-time ambition for X that it should be an everything app that users can use, among other things, to make payments through. He hasn't divested.
I think one day X will be the everything app. It will be also the social credit app. Absolutely.
From his companies, and it makes sense that his cohort, his class, would want to have freedom to deliver financial services without oversight. Beyond this, there's a push to get interest rates down to facilitate diversified speculative investment, easy credit to nurture a variety of tech projects. Sociologically, the tech class is not made up of moral philosophers or history buffs. They're engineers and computer science graduates. Their anchor is the previous generation's 1960s idealism inflected by a Gen X sci-fi transhumanism. And they all used to be on the bougie left. Even Vance, whose career has been sponsored by Thiel, had a very late coming to conservatism. Big tech chief executive.
Yes, Vance was launched by Thiel. People tend to forget that. But yeah, he wasn't a conservative throughout most of his life. I don't think he's even been a conservative for like 6-7 years.
Executives have moved from the anti-Trump so-called resistance, wokeism, to MAGA. Of course, Musk's concerns over mass migration may be genuine, for example, although his support for the Eurosceptical AfD in Germany is about dividing the EU and pushing back on its tech regulating legislation. Now, I don't like that legislation, and I like the AfD in many ways, but there's obviously a political motivation that goes beyond what it would appear to be to the average voter in Musk's support. But in general, the tech class's project isn't party political. It's techno-feudal or cloudalist. I have a lot of criticism.
Feudalism, yes, that's a great... I gotta read the book by Yanis Varoufakis called Techno-Feudalism as well. So many books on my bucket list, but we'll get to these books.
Of Yanis Varoufakis, but he's right that setting up rent-extracting virtual platforms is being prioritized over medium-term revenue. The point is to establish permanent dominance in the market, and indeed to become the market, to be the arena which others use, in which others move. Whether it's one party or another, if ChatGPT Gov becomes essential to government functions, it transcends party politics just as Amazon transcends any one product being sold on its website. The pursuit of innovation and competitiveness may not be what is being optimized for. Cloudalism, vast ownership of virtual platforms, and the shoring up of economic dominance through data and predictiveness must be brought to term. Karp wants his class, tech Republicans, to coin a term, to view U.S. hegemony as their interest. But since U.S. competitiveness is conceived of as a product of economic concentration, per the National Security Report, establishing techno-feudalism will tend to take priority over immediate national interests. On the conditions for innovation, Lina Khan, the ex-chair of the Federal Trade Commission, wrote recently, quote, "Google developed the groundbreaking transformer architecture that underlies today's AI revolution in 2017, but the technology was largely underutilized until researchers left to join or to found new companies," end quote. Apart from not necessarily optimizing innovation, there's the issue of alienating consumers. Tesla, for example, is facing falling sales, and big AI may start to look like a bubble. But again, that might not matter as much as it would have before these companies were in the present phase of prioritizing their fusion with the state. To become enmeshed in state functions is what brings long-term stability. Technological advancement in the past has largely come by way of the state, specifically the military, and then passed over to the private sector to make it commercial, cheap to make, competitive. We can think of DARPA's ARPANET.
ARPANET and the whole internet, how it was start. Absolutely. So a lot of these things, they always come from the military. Absolutely.
The groundwork for the internet, or Section 230 of the 1996 Communications Decency Act, which gave U.S. platforms liability protections that they didn't have in Europe, and so on. In other cases, real innovation has come from private firms, but if the current push to cut the state hurts innovation, this just means the priority is to consolidate tech corporate power. The thinking, however, seems to be that through sheer
Priority is to consolidate tech corporate power. Absolutely.
force of money and data concentration, the new big tech fused state will be formidably competitive and also appears poised to accompany political consolidation, which includes, for example, Trump's crackdown on free speech, critical of Israel, and that kind of thing. There's a move towards limiting basic freedoms, which the Democrats, of course, were also doing. We may ask what the alternative to techno-feudalism or cloudalism is. Applying the ideas of Chesterton's distributism of the commons, Gracchianism per a video I made recently, to AI technology. But first, let's consider the dangers of closed source a little more. We know from Anthropic's 2024 sleeper agent study that large language models, LLMs, can be poisoned with backdoors during training, hidden behaviors that trigger malicious outputs. A certain date, a certain word, and suddenly the model is different. You need to audit models if you're going to use them for public functions, for government, as well as in business. So there's an obvious incentive here for them to be open source. You can't have malicious programs suddenly getting turned on. In addition to that, AIs are showing that they have hidden value systems that are not put there by the developers and that users are not aware of. Researchers from the Center for AI Safety, the University of Pennsylvania, and the University of California, Berkeley, have found that, for example, GPT-4 places the value of lives in the United States significantly below lives in China, which in turn it ranks below lives in Pakistan. You have Nigerians, Pakistanis, and Indians being worth more than Europeans and US Americans. Quote, now if asked outright, the same model may deny preferring one country's population over another, yet its overall preference distribution uncovers these implicit values, end quote. The paper also uncovered a pro-democratic party and anti-Christian bias. On one level, this is naked market logic. These LLMs are reflecting the logic of big tech oligarchy. What life is valuable? The life that yields the most value, i.e. cheap labor. You are valued because you are valuable. You are valuable because you are cheap. It's where you get most people contributing to the learning of AI through reinforcement learning from human feedback, RLHF, because they're cheap to contract, Nigeria, Pakistan, etc. There are other explanations as well. It's possible that the model is ingesting the biases of the people that have participated the most in training it, or it may be absorbing large amounts of publicly available sources that portray European history as particularly perverse compared to other civilizations, so typically anti-European academic nonsense. Either way, AI is reflecting the hegemonic logic of culturally destructive elites. We should want our AI to be rigorously open source so we can audit it and correct it, align it. Alignment is the term AI developers use to refer to a model's conformity to human values. Otherwise, we end up with a demonic
Advanced by now, I think it's just hallucinating a lot of times. That is what I think is happening with these AI.
egregore, an artificial collective mind structured according to market dynamics and brute informational load that comes to dominate human agents. This also highlights the danger of trusting impersonal forces in general. The whole history of modern, recent Western thought is one of systems that champion faith in impersonal forces rather than human moral intention and deliberate reflection.
Also, the whole foundation of this whole Western power structure is not on. It's basically another form of dogma as well. I mean, for a lot of the things that the sort of that Western philosophers would account for. I mean, there's no utilitarian basis for some of these things. So how is AI going to cope with that? Looking at things from a utilitarian basis. I mean, it's just going to be totally different, right?
Liberals on the right want to trust the market. The post-Marxist left wants to trust historical dialectics and progress, etc. AI accidentally arriving at value systems is just that. It's an impersonal dynamic that will shape our society in all sorts of ways if we allow it to. We should never believe in impersonal processes and sort of turn off our moral deliberation. Crucially, the bigger AI is, the worse. Quote, the data show that corrigibility, in other words, being able to correct the data, being correctable, decreases as model size increases. In other words, larger models are less inclined to accept substantial changes to their future values, preferring to keep their current values intact. End quote. The bigger the AI, the less it is willing to change. The study's authors propose aligning AI models by using a citizen assembly, by which they mean distilling people's preferences as deduced from census data and the like, and encoding that into the AI, it seems. But we could also have actual assemblies, ask persons in your society what their values are, and undergo alignment more explicitly. This brings us to Emad Mostaque, the former CEO of Stability AI, now at a company called Intelligent Internet and elsewhere. Mostaque's proposal is one of the best in this area. His company theorizes a three-tier model. You have your hypernodes, supercomputers that create the model, the algorithmic parameters made out of large amounts of data called foundational AI, national nodes, these receive a hypernodes model, the foundational AI, and then they retrain it or specialize it on specific culturally sensitive, nationally beneficial data and imperatives, specialized AI. And then you have edge nodes, meaning private citizens who personalize the specialized AI with private data, creating their own personalized AI. And that doesn't go back to the cloud, it stays with them. An open source model is made available so that it can be specialized and personalized by different nations and different persons. Mostaque calls this Universal Basic AI instead of Universal Basic Income, UBAI instead of UBI. And we now have evidence that you can run very good AI programs offline using very little electricity on devices we already have commercialized.
You could definitely run DeepSeek R1 on solar power panels. And if we look at the direction this is going, because it's still not optimized, next year you should be able to get an O1 level model on your smartphone that pulls at most 20 watts of electricity, and it's less than $1 per watt of solar power. And this doesn't make sense if you look at what these models are capable of and we think about the cost of intellectual labor.
Well, it makes sense when you think about how much energy your brain pulls.
Just 20 watts.
Like a single box the size of this room will be able to train a DeepSeek model, but then your phone will be able to run it. And we don't know, again, where the lower bound is on that. On existing hardware.
Yeah, this is not with new hardware or extra energy. It's like with what we've got.
This MacBook that I'm using right now is enough compute to run a DeepSeek R1 level model within a year. Together AI just released this report whereby they can get 97% of the performance of a cloud compute API call, so an open AI call, for 15% of the price, using a local model that combines with a cloud model. So the local model does the pre-processing and sends it to a cloud model. So it becomes even cheaper now.
Jesus.
And so you have the full privacy advantages. Your data stays where it is. Your models are your own, and you can access the smartest intelligence in the world.
We may have hypernodes or supercomputers that belong to blocks of countries like Europe, larger countries like the US, private companies, and so on. There will likely be competition in this area, but the key is that there is a clear incentive to keep it open source and then retrain it at the personal level, at the national level, etc. In essence, this is simply applying or rediscovering the principle of subsidiarity or sphere sovereignty, very traditional pro-decentralization, pro-local culture, pre-modern understandings of political economy, to a new technology. This paradigm opposes the protagonism of the tech oligarch, proprietary, closed source, the idea that progress requires centralization by ever data crunching machines. Apart from there being a point of diminishing returns from excessive data absorption to LLMs for legitimate ends, assuming the point here isn't to just control everybody, there's also the incentive to keep it all open source. The horizon then remains open to a vision of national and cultural diversity, personal empowerment, and traditional virtue ethics and human flourishing. Okay, there's a lot there, but I thought that was
Read about techno-localism as well, leading into that right here. Maybe we can take a look at that, and afterwards we take a look at the Corbett report and Oligarchy, government for the world of the new world order. Yes. I don't know. Let's take a look at Stephen Colbert, not Stephen, James Corbett at right now because it's getting late here and you know let's go here.
This is my belief and what I've been trying to tell people in Washington, which is if you thought social media censorship was bad, this has the potential to be 1,000 times worse. And the reason is social media is important, but at the end of the day, it's quote, just people talking to each other. AI is going to be the control layer on everything. Right. So AI is going to be the control layer on how your kids learn in school. Right? It's going to be the control layer on who gets loans. It's going to be the control layer on does your house open when you come to the front door.
Wow.
It's going to be the control layer on everything. Right. And so if that gets wired into the political system the way that the banks did and the way that social media did, like we are in for a very bad future. And that's a big thing that we've been trying to prevent is to keep that from happening.
Welcome back, friends. Welcome back to the Corbett Report. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you, as always, from the sunny climes of Western Japan, here in March of 2025, with episode 473 of the Corbett Report podcast, Oligarchy, Government for the New World Order. And those chilling opening words portraying what a government by algorithm might look like come to us via Mark Andreessen on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where Mark is warning us.
You think that Mark Andreessen is against that? No, he's actually for it.
About the possibilities of not just social media censorship and control, but AI censorship and control, and how much worse that will be when AI is a layer on everything we do and everything we use. Now, all right, let's start today's exploration, which will no doubt get into why I do not trust Mark Andreessen to keep us safe from the coming AI technocratic overlords, by defining our terms, because probably this is a new term for most people in the audience, oligarchy, and this is a term that we can work out from etymology, if nothing else. Kratos, of course, being the Greek word for rule, which is where we derive, for example, democracy, demos, Kratos, rule by the public. Or, for example, autocracy, the autocrat. That is rule by self-rule. Well, in that case, of course, referring to the self-rule, as in a rule by a dictator who rules by himself. Or, I suppose there's kleptocracy, rule by thieves. Or, as I hope my listeners are aware by now, kakistocracy, rule by the worst or the most evil, which may be an apt description of, well, governing systems generally. But at any rate, oligarchy, then, is rule by algorithm. And if you think that such a thing is some far-off weird fantasy that who on earth is even talking about that? Well, may I present to you, a completely different clip from the Joe Rogan Experience with Mark Andreessen.
I've said publicly, and I'm kind of half joking, that we need AI government.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds crazy to say, but instead of having this like alpha chimpanzee that runs the tribe of humans, how about we have some like really logical, fact-based, program that, makes it like really reasonable and equitable in a way that we can all agree to. Right. Let's govern things in that manner.
Curious. Yes, let me spell that out for anyone who didn't notice. Yes, that is the exact same pair of people, i.e. Mark Andreessen and Joe Rogan, who in the opening clip were warning about the dangers of a world of AI governance on top of every aspect of our lives being layered with AI. Isn't that a scary prospect? But yes, that's the exact same pair who are now chortling about how it sounds crazy to say it, but we need AI government. Yep. Instead of having like this alpha chimpanzee that runs the tribe of humans, how about we have some really logical, fact-based, program? Yep. That, makes it really reasonable and equitable in a way that we can all agree to let's govern things in that manner. Wow. Yeah, right. Okay, these are the guys that are going to save you from the AI nightmare of the future. Because don't worry, Andreessen and his...
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's gonna be like Cyberpunk 2077. It's gonna be exactly like that. Go and take a look at the future. Just play Cyberpunk. Just play the video game Cyberpunk. It's literally like it's gonna be like. It's gonna be that way. You're gonna have implants. You're gonna have surveillance. You're gonna have the shittiest food. Of course, RFK is not gonna fix the FDA. Of course not. Um, yeah, he will much rather just call anti-Semitism a public health crisis.
This team of technocratic crusaders are going to save you from that woke liberal AI and replace it with the cool Trumpian AI. Woohoo! Sign me up. All right. In case you need to know what is happening here, I will direct your attention to a series that I sincerely hope my listeners are already familiar with.
MAGA Government Corp Technates Parts 2. Maybe we can take a look at that article. Maybe I can find it. Yeah, there it is, part 1. Maybe Unlimited Hangout. Unbeknownst to them, they have voted to live in a technate administered by what is called Government Corp. In so doing, they have taken another step towards a multipolar world order or new world order, or as some have long called it. Shortly, I think, yeah, they are willing to establish, as I uh, referred to before in many of my other videos, they are willing to give Russia, China their spheres of influence. And in that sense, it is going to be a multipolar world order. But this two-part series examines the genuine but misplaced hopes. Exactly. Shortly before the November 2024 election, Elon Musk, speaking at the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, announced, "I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA." Only a couple of months earlier, Trump had survived an alleged assassination attempt at that same Butler showgrounds, sharing the stage with a bulletproof populist hero Trump, an absolute shoe-in for the presidency. Musk seized the moment. The Make America Great MAGA acronym is broadly understood, but Musk added advice dark is a little understood and implies much more. Examination for his dark MAGA declaration have ranged from Musk pushing the dark MAGA meme coin to Musk casting himself as a super anti-hero or even advocating for a violent fascist takeover of the US. So yeah, it's GovCorp, right? None of these claims have addressed his more obvious reference. Musk is one of the cadre of technocrats behind the Trump presidency who promote the ideas encapsulated by the Dark Enlightenment. Peter Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal, along with Elon Musk, is probably best known proponent of the Dark Enlightenment, while Musk is best known proponent of technocracy. But we shall see in this article these sociopolitical theories have considerable overlap and have are mutually reinforcing. Wow, this is a long article. This is amazing. Um, this covers the whole history of it, apparently. So, yeah, Musk has made it abundantly clear which political system he prefers. He says accelerating Starship development to build Martian technocracy, right? He also said we're going to go to Mars at the Trump inauguration as well. Just complete theatrics. It's not realistic at any time soon to get to Mars. I mean, if they want to film a fake Mars landing, I guess they can do so, but you know, Musk has long advocated universal basic income. Here, the instance of his embrace of UBI at the World Government Summit in 2017, Musk said, we'll have some kind of universal basic income. Another example in 2024, speaking with then Prime Minister Rishi Sunak at the UK convened first global AI safety summit, Musk painted a utopian version of an artificial intelligence dominated society and an age of abundance before adding we won't have universal basic income, we will have universal high income. In other words, he was suggesting that the masses would have perfect lives of abundance enabled by the ultimate AI controlled distribution of UBI. Musk desires technocracy and social credit system, just as his grandfather Joshua Hadelman did. This event, beyond his personal history and his words, everything Musk does is completely congruent with these dual pursuits. But we are invited to discuss technocracy in reference to Mars. Technocracy. We are, of course, asked to ignore all of the evidence that exposes Musk's and his fellow oligarchs' attempt to establish a technate, so basically a tech oligarchy, a system of technocratic totalitarian continental control here on Earth. Yeah, and there's actually the Great Technate of America. It goes back to the first sort of technocrats in the 1930s that even printed out maps where, for example, Canada, Greenland, all the way down to Panama would be part of this grand North American technate, as they called it. And essentially, Trump going on with the, exerting pressure on Denmark, saying that they want to have Greenland and saying that Canada should become the 51st state. Those, this is not just jokes. That's not just being Trump being Trump. It's actually in every joke there's a grain of truth. And even Russia recently, Putin said that he's concerned about those moves by the United States. So it's not a joke. Just this technate is yeah. So as George Carlin said, it's a big club and you're not in it. Musk invested more than $250 million to install Trump to the Oval Office. Naturally, he anticipates a return of his investment. In fact, the ROI is a done deal. Musk already makes billions from US taxpayers through a web of government contracts. For tycoons like Musk, money is simply means to an end, obtaining power. His wealth has positioned him to start seriously implementing his grand vision of technocracy. So it's merger of government and private business, which has been, of course, financed also by government agencies from the beginning, such as Palantir being financed by InQtel and so on. Musk's drive into the technocracy is underway through the newly established temporary agency in Washington, D.C. he now chairs. Announced last November by Trump, created on his first day of office and supposedly set to complete its mission by the summer of 2026, this Department of Government Efficiency, known as Dodge, appears to be in nascent technocracy. Musk's dive into technocracy is underway through the newly established temporary agency in Washington, D.C. he now chairs. Announced last November by Trump, created on the first day of office, and supposedly set to complete its mission by the summer of 2026, the U.S. Department of Government Efficiency, known as Dodge, appears to be a nascent technocracy. So yeah, that is the main point of the article. Absolutely. Venture capitalist Elon Musk and biotech billionaire Vivek Ramaswamy were handpicked to run Dodge with the help of Cantor Fitzgerald CEO Howard Lutnick. Vivek has since departed to run for government of Ohio, so he was basically kicked out of this. I think there was some quarrels between internal quarrels, particularly relating to um, the hiring of H-1B visas and so on in the United States, and Musk being the one for it, basically outweighed Vivek, and Vivek was sort of kicked out of Dodge. I mean, you don't hear anything from him right now. Lutnick was Trump's choice to become the U.S. Secretary of Commerce and was recently confirmed. His appointment raises many concerns, not least of them is his link to uh, Satellogic, a strategic partner of Peter Thiel Palantir Technologies. The link reveals Lutnick's personal investment in public-private surveillance states that is governed by U.S. and Israeli intelligence agencies. Oh, why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised about this? Yet Lutnick has an even more significant conflict of interest. He is steering Cantor Fitzgerald to back Tether USDT, a stable coin that is increasingly purchasing US treasuries. As we move towards the era of digital currencies, his government project has to save its debt-laden dollar, and fragile economy is closely tied to stable coins. And it's fragile. Yeah. Thus, as Secretary of Commerce, Lutnick will be in a position to guide the development of markets towards a new U.S. digital economy. So we will have a digital dollar, digital Fed coin as a Federal Reserve because, of course, there's no more gold inside Fort Knox. The dollar is not backed by anything but just the global sale of oil and the power of the U.S. military. So for now, they're trying. I think they will try to make Fedcoin a thing. Absolutely. And with Fedcoin, it will also be all transactions will be monitored by the aforementioned Israeli and U.S. intelligence agencies, just to name a few of them. The departure of Ramaswamy and Lutnick from Dodge project appears to leave Musk as its sole CEO. A corporate monarchy led by a CEO king, techno oligarchy, techno feudalism, whatever you want to call it, is in keeping with the theories underpinning the Dark Enlightenment. The stated purpose of the Dodge is to restructure the federal government to reduce expenditures and maximize efficiency. That goal is in keeping with Taylorism, a foundation of technocracy. I think Taylorism, actually Steve Bannon explained what it was in a recent video I covered. One of the leading neo-reactionaries, we will explain this term shortly, Curtis Yarvin. Yes, I want to really get into Curtis Yarvin because his ideas are also central towards what we see happening right now. And essentially, his ideas are nothing new. They're just a rephrased, things that we have heard from many other, public intellectuals for many decades, if not centuries. So he coins the catchy acronym RAISE. It stands for Retire Old Government Employees. The parallels between the stated ambitions of the Dodge and the initiation of Yarvin's rage are marked. Apparently, the Dodge will not be an official executive department, but will instead operate as a federal presidential advisory committee, supposedly outside of government. But make no mistake, the Dodge will be inextricably tied to political process. Absolutely, we see it right now. Its employees will be housed in the former offices of its predecessor, the United States Digital Service. And its helmsman, will reportedly have a personal office in the West Wing of the White House. The efficiency ideas of certain nominated experts, starting with Musk, will be given political clout via the new Dodge subcommittees of the House of Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. The sub-panel is chaired by controversial Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene, often referred to as MTG. On the surface, it may look like an oversight subcommittee with authority over the science, engineering, and technology experts, but in practice, the experts will be effectively controlling the related political policy decisions. This concept of policy designed by technical experts is central to technocracy. JP Morgan Chase chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon is among the ones who have welcomed the Dodge plan. Yeah, the big banks apparently not against Dodge. Apparently, he's also not gonna audit, the Fed or check if what the Fed has been up to in the past decades. Of course, that is something Trump is never gonna do. Yet alone abolish the Fed, something that JFK actually wanted to do, amongst many other things, before he got killed. So, if Trump was a legitimate threat to the techno oligarchy, then he would be dead as JFK was killed. Given that Elon Musk was neither elected by Americans nor authorized by their representatives in Congress, the Dodge represents a formal shift in political power from the public to the private sector. It is fundamentally a private sector dominated think tank openly empowered to restructure federal agencies. If the Dodge proceeds as suggested, it is clear, as we pointed out above, elected U.S. representatives, MTG among them, and US senators will not have the upper hand. Indeed, we might question if they are even capable of grasping the ulterior motives of those driving the Dodge concept. Yeah, I think most people do not understand those ulterior motives. So, also given that Elon Musk and other Dodge supporters, Bezos, for example, have long profited from a huge government contracts, and given that the likes of Diamond will doubtlessly be asked to advise the Dodge, we will see a massive conflict of interest at the heart of the Dodge project. That conflict, like everything else about Dodge, is aligned with technocracy, and it affords pecking order privileges to the very technocrats who will seek to control a technate. Absolutely, absolutely. That is what I think you know, think this is about. So Frederick Winslow Taylor published a work called The Principles of Scientific Management. His book came out at the culmination of the progressive era in the United States. So before we get into that, so technocratic governments came into force during the pseudo pandemic, of course, the whole the scamdemic, if I'm allowed to say this term on YouTube. But it came into full force with experts, so-called experts, such as Anthony Fauci, his coronavirus task force, of course, Operation Warp Speed, also initiated by Trump, Fauci being appointed by Trump during the Trump administration. So they were basically instituting vaccinations, lockdowns, small business shutdowns, and so on, and there was worldwide compliance. So this is what technocratic governance looks like. So technocracy is based on the belief that there are technological solutions for all social, economic, and political problems. The Elon Musks and Peter Thiels of this planet and many more of their ilk share a single-minded belief. To give that definition context, we will go back decades to 1911, when American mechanical engineer Frederick Winslow Taylor, arguably the world's first management consultant, published his book. So he said in the Principles of Scientific Management, he said, in the past, the man has been first. In the future, the system must be first. The best management is a true science resting upon clearly defined laws, rules, and principles as a foundation. The fundamental principles of scientific management are acceptable to all kinds of human activities, from our simplest individual acts to work of our greatest corporations. So this is, I think, it goes hand in hand with what. Why am I blinking on his name? I read so many books on him just like 2 years ago by him. Excuse me. Why am I blinking? Oh, it's he is one of the most eminent British intellectuals of the 20th early 20th century. Um, wait. Just gotta type in the title of the book I read, History of Western Philosophy. Bertrand Russell. Why am I blinking on Bertrand Russell's name? Well, it's 3:25 a.m. So, if you just take a look at Bertrand Russell and what he was writing in the impact of Bertrand Russell in his book, The Impact of Science on Society. Um, impact of, perhaps I can pull up a couple of quotes. So, for example, there is a quote in Bertrand Russell's books: "Science offers the possibility of far greater well-being for the human race than has ever been known before. It offers this on a certain conditions: abolition of war, even distribution of ultimate power, and limitation of the growth of population." Wow. So yeah, Bertrand Russell, being a eugenicist, of course, was always for depopulation. All of these much nearer to being possible than ever were before. So that goes hand in hand with the technocratic agenda. And I mean, the quote of the Principles of Scientific Management, it's like something you would hear from a book of Bertrand Russell. I mean, it reminded me of impact of science on society in his book, which I read like 2 years ago, which is you should really read if you want to get further insight into how these elites think. You should read that book. Taylor's ideas jibbed with the theories of economist and sociologist Thorsten Veblen. Veblen promised that economic activity isn't just a function of supply and demand, utility and value, but it evolves with society and is thus shaped by psychological, sociological, and anthropological influences. Veblen is perhaps best known for his theory of conspicuous consumption. Yeah, heard of that. I haven't heard of Veblen. He observed that by the wealthy the wealthy signal their social status through ostentatious display on their purchasing power, extensive properties, cars, jewels, etc. Within the hierarchical class structure, aspiring classes tried to emulate the conspicuous consumption of the class above them. Welben continued that the cascade effect on the social climate, creating demand for um, super, super, superfluous goods and services that the net economic impact was hopeless, hopeless inefficiency and wasted resources. So, in the engineer at the price system, Belbin suggested that technocratic engineers should undertake a thorough analysis of the institutions that maintain social stability. Once the institutions were understood, there would those with technological expertise should reform them, improve efficiency, and thereby engineer society to be less wasteful. Shortly, we'll discuss how this idea was later adopted by the accelerationist neo-reactionaries. Both Taylor and Veblen were focused on maximizing the efficiency of industrial and manufacturing process. That said, they both recognized that their theories could be extended to a wider social context. In their more expansive application of their proposals that beguiled the oligarchs of the day. So in 1919, Welben was one of the founding members of the John D. Rockefeller funded New York City based private research university in New York called the New School of Social Research, later renamed the New School. The progressive educational model soon led to the creation of the Technical Alliance, a small team of scientists and engineers, notably including not only Welben, but also Howard Scott, who would come to lead the group. The Technical Alliance was reformulated in 1933 after an enforced hiatus was promoted by Scott's expenditure as a fraudster. He had falsified some of the credentials as apparently had C.H. Douglas. Post hiatus, Scott joined the M. King by M. King Hubbard, who would later become globally renowned for his vague and generally inaccurate peak oil theory and others. The members of the Technical Alliance renamed themselves Technocracy Inc. So that's the history behind Technocracy Inc. I believe I touched briefly upon Technocracy Inc. in some of my previous videos. And that is also the organization that proposed the formation of the so-called technates of North America. So, technocracy was thoroughly outlined in Technocracy Inc.'s 1933 publication of its Technocracy study course. According to the study course, technical specifications society should be separated into what the advocates of technocracy from now on referred to as technocrats call a sequence of functions. In this sequence, society as we know, society as we know is removed. Instead, centralized control of all human interactions and behavior is proposed as part of a social mechanism. So the entire social mechanism subjected to technocrats is called the technate. A technate is designed to work on a continental scale, that is, on each continent or technate whose boundaries are drawn on the map. The technate of North America includes Greenland, Canada, the United States, Mexico, parts of Central America, Northern South America, Caribbean islands, and the Eastern Pacific Ocean. So that is very reminiscent of just going to 1984, for example. I covered 1984 extensively on this channel. It's one of my favorite books, actually. So, you have Eurasia you have, which is essentially a under the ideology of neo-Bolshevism, and is dominated by Russia. You have East Asia, which has a sort of abolishment of the self cult, sort of a deriving from a perhaps older, collectivist traditions in China and so on, but it's also totalitarian. And you have, of course, Oceania, which is a huge, um, totalitarian state spanning all of North and South America, Australia, New Zealand, and the UK. So you have those continental entities, for lack of a better term, those you have them in 1984, right? You have them in a book that was written, almost 70 years ago now, and no, it's quite insane that you have those things coming into fruition before our eyes. Essentially, you had the creation of the EU. After that as well, you had obviously afterwards the whole integration of China being integrated into the global economy and becoming part of it all, the rise of China. And then you had the collapse of the Soviet Union, and essentially to what amounts to becoming a resurgent Russia, which it's with its own spheres of influence, which are essentially also continental. So absolutely, they do aim for those continental entities. In the book Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, you actually have regional and continental managers of a world government. Actually, one of them would be Mustafa Mond, who is extensively mentioned in the book, and his task is to be this, technocratic overlord of the people of Europe, essentially in the book, and he redacts scientific data and decides which studies should be published and which not, as well as just society in the book being so heavily engineered. Basically, I mean, they create artificial humans. They give everybody a drug called Suma, which makes them, which essentially, renders them passive and inactive. And they also have things such as the orgy porgy in the book Brave New World, and all religion, organized forms of, traditional religions such as Christianity or, perhaps Islam or whatever. They're just done away with in Brave New World, and instead everybody worships a large T. There's large T's everywhere, and that's a reference to the Ford Model T back then. So, and they don't say the year of the Lord, they say the year of Ford, actually, in Brave New World, which is, I think, where all of this is leading to, because even Yuval Noah Harari in his book Homo Deus, he says that essentially what this will lead to is to tech religions of dataism, for example. And there's going to be also another thing which is going to be like um, a tech death cult, essentially, that will render that humans are essentially just a worthless waste of space and so on. So Yuval Noah Harari in his book Homo Deus went extensively into those tech religions and AI-based religions which he expects to flourish. Now, of course, all of the three authors, two of them being fiction authors, Aldous Huxley and George Orwell, they are from the British upper class. They're from the British elite, and they had ties to let's say to those upper channels. So those books are not they're foreshadowing essentially. Why did Huxley predict? Why did George Orwell predict so many things that are going to happen and are happening right now? We see the process of them happening. Well, it's because not because they because it's a plan, right? It's essentially just a ideal plan for societal management that is instituted by the world's wealthiest people. And that is essentially what it's about. And with Trump, it's no different. He's not going to get rid of the deep state. He's not going to get rid of the intelligence agencies. Dodge is perhaps going to cut US aid, but they're going to infiltrate the government and basically make a corporatocracy, a complete merger of government and big tech as well as private interests, and it's just going to be a revolving door on steroids. Working for those big tech companies or for the government is going to be virtually indistinguishable. So that is what it's, and of course it's all being done for means of control. That's the ultimate. Like that is what, if you have to condense it down to something, it's means of control. And that is why the Trump administration is a psyop. That is why he is controlled opposition. And you see with all of the policies I highlighted, this one being by far the worst. Because this will, of course, enslave humanity, right? Elon Musk is going to continue with the transhumanist agenda for sure. So I don't know if we are going to get through the article today. It's quite long, actually. It is quite long, but there's so much good info here. I will make another stream on the whole history of technocracy, but this was just a brief introduction to what it's all about. Perhaps we can read from ideology to policy that last section of the article, and then I will call it a day. Political ideology only became influential once it shapes governmental policies, only becomes influential once it shapes government policies and political agendas, and in turn, once those political policies and agendas impact society. By way of example, let's consider stakeholder capitalism. The United Nations UN redefined the role of governments during the 1990s. Its then Secretary General, excuse me, addressing the World Economic Forum in 1998, spoke of a quiet revolution at the intergovernmental level. The United Nations once dealt only with governments. By now, we can peace. We know that peace and prosperity cannot be achieved without partnerships involving governments, international organizations, and business community and civil society. Anand described the shift to of a global public-private partnership C3P model of global governance. This multi-stakeholder governance resets and diminishes the role of governments. As mere partners of the private sector and civil society organizations, CSOs, governments are tasked with creating what is called an enabling environment. So I'll skip this quote, but that's basically it. An economy, or I can read it. An economy enabling environmental encompasses both formal and informal institutions, utilities, and infrastructure such as transport, energy, water, and telecommunications, as well as the framework considerations set by monetary and fiscal policy, and more broadly, public finances, the quality of a country's Enabling environment will not only be assessed on its ability to support growth and productivity, but also on the ability to transform the economy to achieve environmental and shared prosperity targets. So this is the whole UN model for stakeholder capitalism, and of course this all transitioned afterwards when this is the same term that Klaus Schwab is using right now. So this is what it is essentially about. It's essentially corporate takeover of the public sector, of the private, of the public sector. Yeah, the corporate state considers that private entrepreneurs in the sphere of production is the most effective and useful instrument in the investment interest of a nation. In view of the fact that private organization of production is a function of national concern, the organizer of the enterprise is responsible to the state for the direction given to production. State intervention in economic production arises only when private initiative is lacking or insufficient, or when the political interests of the state are involved. So yeah, last part, oligarch upheaval. Highly plausible rumor has it that several Silicon Valley companies run by self-styled techno kings, amongst them Thiel at Palantir and the directors at OpenAI, so Sam Altman, and SpaceX founder Musk, the original techno king of Tesla, are forming a consortium and leading the charge to seize control of the U.S. military-industrial complex. Absolutely, yeah. It's not about. I think I highlighted that. So like Palantir and Tesla, and SpaceX, obviously being involved with military-industrial contractors as well. They are not doing this for some, moral reasons. They're not abolishing Dodge. I think it's exactly they hit the nail on the head right here. It is for them to actually seize control of the U.S. military-industrial complex. For this part, Musk's defense and intelligence contracts are at the centerpiece of his sprawling commercial empire. So yeah, Musk wouldn't be so wealthy if it wasn't for him collaborating with defense contractors. His provision of Starlink satellite terminals to Ukraine during the war with Russia is well known. Starlink, a SpaceX division, was used by the Ukrainian military for offensive purposes. It would be ridiculous for Starlink representatives to pretend that they didn't know their satellite service was being used to launch attacks, and yet to deny if they did. So yeah, Starlink was being used to kill Russian soldiers, essentially. SpaceX President Gwynne Shotwell, for instance, said Starlink was never intended for offensive purposes. Ukrainian officials said that they found Shortwell's comment strange, since Starlink's intended military use was glaringly obvious. It should come as a little surprise that, particularly at the first, inefficiency concern raised with Dodge came from a defense contractor. CEO Chris Kubasik of L3Harris Technologies, a company that specializes in intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, as well as Signals Intelligence System, told Dodge that the U.S. defense acquisition system procurement process was too slow and bureaucratic to keep up with the threats posed by Iran and China. So I heard about Signals Intelligence Systems, actually. I forget in which context. But absolutely, yeah, this is, I think, actually Ben Norton at Geopolitical Economy Report, he actually exposed quite well how all of these steps are really geared towards great power competition and keeping pace with China in particular. It is clear who will be the benefactors of the Dodge drive to make the US military-industrial complex more efficient. In an interview with CPN, Joe Lonsdale, the co-founder of Palantir and Thiel protege, who invests heavily in Ordrill, said, "I have a lot of friends involved in Dodge. If you're focused to use your money more efficiently, that's when Palantir and Andrew will win." Pete Hegseth, your Secretary of Defense, was clear that he wants to have competition. He wants the best ideas to win, and that means companies like Andrew and Palantir are going to keep growing really fast. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's public Venmo profile exposes his close relationship with Musk Thiel link faction, bidding to seize control of the Department of Defense procurement. It seems Lonsdale observation that Hegseth is our Secretary of State is far more specific than most American voters realize. We are evidently witnessing a power shift within the globalist oligarchy. Yeah, I think I covered that on one of my previous videos. So when Trump won, it's not the end of the deep state. It's just certain power factions within the deep state competing for control. Right now, you have this sort of techno-oligarchical, techno-feudalist vision that is represented by Musk, Thiel, Ellenson, and Altman. And, they're opposed to the neoliberal sort of system that was highlighted previously by Mark Zuckerberg or by Jeff Bezos, even though they switched sides, but you had oligarchs such as George Soros in there and so on. So yeah, it's different oligarchs, different families competing between each other for influence. And on the very top, the names of the families and the names of the oligarchs that are at the very top, they're not public knowledge like Elon Musk or Thiel. So we're witnessing a giant game. We're witnessing essentially a giant psyop being played on the people, thinking that things are actually going to change, while in fact things stay largely the same. Nothing ever changes, and that is sort of the point of this podcast. And to not fall for the psyops, because it's. I mean, I was excited when the war in Ukraine was, about to stop, but that's going to take a while. And we see that he's, starting wars in Yemen, gearing up towards perhaps a war with Iran. Who knows? But in general, is the world now a much better place with these tech oligarchs running things? Well, I don't think so. So, the new breed of technocrats, neo-reactionaries, are favored in the US. Sadly, while American voters have been duped into thinking this offers them an escape for what they have perceived as the suffocating woke censorship regime of the Biden administration, they are actually being accelerated towards something worse, arguably, yeah, worse. And it's going to be similar because a lot of the agendas, they're essentially continuous agendas. You can go back to Bertrand Russell and the impact of science on society and just read that book, and you can see that it's a continuous agenda. And it doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden or whoever in office as a puppet, the continuous agenda of technocracy and control will go on. It will go on, right? And depopulation, as Bertrand Russell highlighted, is one of the main goals as well. So this is not, it's not done, right? if you thought that Trump was actually destroying the deep state from within, I mean, you know, it's it's not that way. It's unfortunately it's not that way. And actually, what he is doing is just oligarchic upheaval. All right, let's take a look. Oligarchic upheaval never improves our lives. It merely indicates which oligarch faction has primacy. The Dodge attack on USAID, which was extensively infiltrated by US intelligence agencies, is symbolic. While Musk has castigated USAID's waste and inefficiency, he has failed to mention that USAID previously funneled funds to finance Starlink ventures in Ukraine. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Are we supposed to believe that Musk would destroy one of his own income streams? If we and the Thiel Musk funded oligarch networks, if and when the Thiel Musk Thiel Musk fronted oligarch network seizes over the DoD budgets, they will need the USAID backdoor. As will be evidenced in Part 2, the new public private intelligence partnership formed by Palantir, Anduril, uh, Clearview AI, and other means that the potential for US intelligence agency projects to go even darker has increased, not decreased, with the purported demise of USAID. I absolutely agree with that. And the focus will not be so much, I believe, on ideological subversion through the funding of trans or whatever, of LGBT, or the promotion of feminism and so on. I think it will be a more sort of tech-oriented surveillance states that will simply gather information, of course, to a much bigger degree, and of course, instituting X as a universal social platform where basically your social credits are deducted and perhaps added on at the end of each month. That will be the future that we live in. That will unfortunately be the future. I wish I could tell you different, but I mean all the research points towards it. Meanwhile, hapless U.S. voters, not to mention numerous MAM pundits around the world, are cheering the end of USAID, while in many respects some enthusiasm is understandable. It is hopelessly misplaced. A privatized darker web state is certainly not going to benefit humanity, only the oligarchs. So I actually cheered for the dissolution of USAID simply because I come from a part of the world where USAID has wreaked so much chaos and has financed regime changes and has pretty much acted as a slush fund for politicians here as well, and has brought into power some of the worst politicians our government has right now in Serbia. So I simply I'm quite excited that USAID is not going to be a thing anymore, but still there's going to be other means to infiltrate countries, and money streams are not going to be cut off. It will simply be Musk and Thiel running things, and not this sort of neoliberal Atlanticist establishment. It will be the tech oligarchy that sort of emerges. So it's sort of an oligarchic upheaval we see going on right now, and that's all it is. Meanwhile, hapless U.S. voters, not to mention numerous, read that, as Dodge sets about using AI to evaluate the efficiency of human beings that work in government departments, it is not without justification that some have recognized the post-human nature of this form of technological governments. That technocrats and accelerationists, neo-reactionaries are ranking the U.S. States in their own image, absent any notable oversight. They are using creative destruction to destabilize the extant cathedral. So that is what what's his name? Oh man, I'm blinking on so many names today. Yarvin. That's what Yarvin talked about. So the cathedral, the extant cathedral being the government institutions. So they're wrecking that and re-territorializing the U.S. state with an even more rigid and authoritarian cathedral of their own. So they're building their own structure, their own state structure and institutions. And I mean, Dodge is just a primary example of that. And of course, it's going to be less democratic because nobody elected Dodge, right? At least with the congressmen, their districts were gerrymandered so that they can be elected, and they were funded by AIPAC and all that. But still, I mean, somebody put a ballot in the box, I guess, at one point. But with Dodge, it's not nobody ever elected them in the slightest bit. So yeah, you can see that obviously happening. So part two. Expect the parts 2 from me as well, where I will go through this absolutely amazing article by Ian Davis, an investigative journalist. And I think he's on point. He's on point. I'm glad that, James Corbett talked about this. And this is the worst part. This is the worst part about Trump. This is absolutely what it is all about. And that's, in a sense, I would say that he is largely, well, not perhaps controlled opposition, but he's a controlled opposition to a large degree because, again, he's caving to many deep state demands. And of course, it's not him fighting the deep state, it's him instituting a oligarchic upheaval, but the deep state largely remaining the same with of course, him not willing to touch the real money infrastructure behind this whole, seven-headed dragon, so to say. But of course, he actually wants to institute government corporate merger, a technate, techno-feudalism, whatever you want to call it. And that is the bottom line here. It is not your problems have not been solved. In fact, they have only gotten worse. So yeah, that's it for me. See you guys another time. It's FYGP tuning out. I'll just play some song that is non-copyright to get us out of here. And that's it for me. It's been a long stream. So see you guys another time. It's FYGP tuning out.
The gold reserve got my tongue super loose and comfortably numb. More focused than ever and ready for whatever's to come. While Big Pharma got the populace wonderfully dumb, addicted to deadly drugs to keep them under their thumb. You're dealing with scum, handsomely paid to peddle poison. Enjoy something that grows out of the ground, that annoys them, destroy them. Let them know you're privy to their thin scam. Stand tall, don't ever fall for the flim flam. Most politicians are supporters of NAMBLA and actors who follow a script similar to Tony Danza. Who's the boss? It'll cost if you're a gambler. I'll disappear you off of the grid like Adam Lanza. My mantra, incarcerate inquisitors and put them on serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Pharmaceutical giants should lose all privileges, incarcerate their contributors, strip them of their visitors. All I got is a gold pop to pissin', a pole pop position, controlled opposition. They won't stop the mission, they don't got the vision. My cold got them shivering, I'm so hot, I'm sizzling. I am not a slave to the rhythm. The rhythm is a victim of an ancient predilection that I give them. The law of nature on which I base the decision. Obama is the president, but I voted for Shirley Chisholm.
Police stay, got my scruples all pleasantly chill. Please say your name and address, or we'll compress in your grill. Enter at will, in your temper and threaten to fill your torso with 70 gills. Remember our Kennedy kills, our terrors are meant to be drills. And all our editor shills keep shit's nice work, a purchase is mine. Surface to air murder is the perfect design. Disturbingly fine that the person's behind the pale veil, serving up circus and swine, witches and wine. Get returned to the shrine outside the lodge. Spot Madonna giving virgin signs. The worst crime is to turn to your side. Close your eyes and confer with these evil pantomimes. I spit swift, the shift disturb paradigm. Sink ships, think quick, reverse the curse of maritime. Fuck the law talk, they radiate ringworms. 200,000 plus skinny pigs, forget words. Nowadays, more insurance to afford the hit. Zionist war tourist picnics at Gaza Strip. It's a lot of shit. Sharks turn to Spielberg. Lights, cameras, ain't your daughters and waters. It's meal served.